Hello, hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Shelly Lard, I am getting a yes. The Lovers at the bottom of the deck, 9 of Cups. I feel like this is going to go your way. Ashley, thank you for liking. Thanks, everyone, for liking the video. Let's see. Is Freddie a fire sign? Is Freddie a fire sign? Ashley, I don't think his sun sign is a fire sign. I do think he has fire placements. He gets along with fire signs, so I'm thinking he could potentially be air. But I'm getting fire placements in his chart. I'm just having trouble seeing fire sign as his sun sign with these cards that I'm getting. Alana, I'm sorry, I thought that was an I. Alana, I am getting a yes. Wheel of Fortune. Thank you guys for liking the live stream. Fatima. I'm getting the Hierophant and the High Priestess. I think he's in between relationships, Fatima. So meaning I don't think he's officially in a committed relationship, but I feel like he's in and out with this person. So the High Priestess talks about being in the spiritual realm, 1 foot in the spiritual realm and 1 foot in like the earthly realm. And the Hierophant does talk about relationships, and I also have the 2 of Swords. So I don't think that he's fully in a relationship, but I do think that he could be involved with someone else, or he could be potentially trying to get over and let go of someone else. So in the traditional sense, I think he is single. But I think he's still healing some wounds, and I think he's still involved with someone else emotionally, if that makes sense. Shar, I have a yes. 7 of Wands. So I feel like this person, we also have the 6 of Cups. I feel like you bring this person comfort. I feel like it's possible that they think that it's taken a while to kind of understand you, or maybe it took a while for the ice to thaw. Something about like you didn't really show your cards right away, and so they kind of had to observe over time. But I am getting that they see you in a positive light and you bring them comfort. Felicity, I'm getting a no. 4 of Swords. This person is not focused on anyone else while dating you. Thank you guys for liking the broadcast. Anna, I am getting a no. As of right now, I have the 8 of Swords. I feel like this person either hasn't really noticed you or is not putting a lot of attention in your direction at this moment. That could potentially change. I speak. Hello and welcome in. How are you? Ashley, you're welcome. Alana, you're welcome. I speak. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I haven't done a reading for you in a while. Let me update my donation list really quickly. You're welcome, Shar. You're welcome, Felicity. Hey, Rising. Welcome in. Rehum. Rehum, I have a no, not right now. Maybe potentially one day. I have 7 of Pentacles. This talks about maybe like planting the seeds right now and eventually someday being in a relationship, but this requires patience. And there's a desire here to tend and nurture the connection, get to know one another. This person's not really rushing into anything right now. So I think there is potential here to be in a relationship, but that's not what they're thinking about at the moment. So Matt, I have, yes, this person is a genuine friend. I feel like there's a lot of challenges here in this relationship or this connection that you guys have through friendship. And if you haven't experienced any hardships now, I think you will at some point. This relationship feels very karmic in nature. It feels like they're put into your life for a reason. to learn something. I don't know if this is going to be a long-term friend. This seems like someone who might be a big part of your life momentarily, but like long term, I don't know if that's someone that's going to stick around, but they'll serve their purpose. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting. Genuine friend, yes. I don't know if they're a long-term friend. You're welcome. Jow, yes, I am getting improvements. I have the 8 of Wands and the 7 of Pentacles, so you will see progress when it comes to your finances next month. I think that they'll continue to steadily improve over time throughout the rest of the year, but you will notice some changes next month. But they'll start to be greater and greater changes the more the year goes on. Um, so yeah, there will be some change next month, but I think it just gets better over time. Luna Ray, hello and welcome in. Jow, you're welcome. All right. Last free question of the day. Unless you are new to me today, we're going to do Luna Ray's question. Then we are moving on to donations, starting with Rising Storm. And then on deck, we have I Speak My Truth. Luna, right. I am getting a no, a not yet, possibly I have the Four of Pentacles. So this talks about kind of being like stuck in their position, being reserved. So not really making big moves or making big changes. So this also is a card though of like preparation, knowing that if they don't make changes now, they could lose out because the Four of Pentacles is just before the Five of Pentacles, and Five of Pentacles is where you've lost everything. I wholeheartedly believe you don't have to go through loss. You can reconcile, you could gain abundance, but you have to make the right choices now. So the Four of Pentacles has always been to me like a preparation card of like, this is the last chance, the last option. And if I make the wrong choice, then I could potentially lose it all. So I feel like, with that being said, even though he's not making grand gestures right now, he's maybe like in the preparing stage. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. You're welcome. Awesome. Okay. We are going to shuffle for you now. Okay. So, rising, I have so far the Messenger of Water, the Hanged Man, Eight of Water, Emperor, and the Hermit. So, when I asked kind of like the overall energy, I feel like by non-communicating, and I want to say, I feel like from his perspective, he feels like your decision to not communicate is based off of his actions, or his lack thereof. Like if he was getting response from you, you were hearing from him, and he was like reciprocating in a big way, I feel like that wouldn't stop you. But I feel like you're basing your decision to do this off of his non-response or his non-action. And I think that right now he feels like this is the best thing. Now the Hanged Man doesn't mean he's trying to walk away, but I do feel like he thinks it's for the best to kind of like put a pin in this. or kind of pause this as of right now. I see him kind of in a withdrawn state mentally right now. The Hermit also here talks about him being antisocial. So, a message for you to know that you may not realize is that I think that he's not being social with a lot of other people as well. I don't think it's necessarily you or singling you out. The Hermit indicates that he's kind of trying to avoid people at this time. Now, that doesn't mean that people aren't trying to force their way into his life at the moment. So, like, if you see people around or something along those lines, it doesn't necessarily mean he invited them, though. I feel like he's doing what he can right now to kind of just be on his own. He might have moments of weakness where he's desiring human contact, but I feel like overall he's kind of pulling away and withdrawing. And it's not just from you, it's just from everyone in general. The Emperor to me indicates someone unwilling to do anything differently. So what you're experiencing from him right now is probably how he'll be over the next couple of days, which is interesting. Because I really thought that you would be receiving communication from him or like some kind of contact from him. How is he feeling about this? How is this making him feel? Hey, I Speak, welcome back. Scoro, hang tight. I'm working on donations right now. I'll be with you soon, okay? How does he feel about this? How does he feel about this? I'm hearing that he thinks that you're doing what's best for you as well. This is an interesting perspective because whenever I do readings for him, I'm getting more a selfish mindset. I'm getting like what he wants, what he thinks is right, what he is going through. And suddenly I'm picking up on a perspective that he has where he's considering you. And he's thinking that you got to do what you got to do. It is what it is. So I feel like with the Sun and the Hierophant, he's saying she's doing what's best for her. She's following her gut. And maybe this needs to be what happens for right now. How's he feeling about this? Judgment call. Judgment. How's he feeling about this? He does have thoughts of wondering if you're going to like pull away from him finally. We have the Nine of Fire and the Fool, and he's saying here, I've put her through a lot. I have really neglected the relationship here. I've made her wait around for a long time, and I think he's wondering if you're gonna like move on from him because I have the Nine of Fire and the Fool. Nine of Fire is basically like the last straw, the last attempt, the needing to prove resilience, the last lap of a race or the last stretch of a marathon. It's like where things are about to be over. And you've been through the ringer. And so I feel like he's saying here, I've put her through a lot. She probably doesn't have much left in her unless I do something. She might just decide to fully withdraw from me. And the Fool here talks about starting over. So I think he's also contemplating at this time, like, she's doing what's best for her. Maybe she's going to move on, though, at some point, because I haven't really given her much. So, yeah, that's what I've got for that question. You're welcome. Hey, Aesthetic, welcome in. I can answer your question as well, but I'm working on donations right now, so just sit tight and I'll be right with you. You're welcome, Rising. I speak, I have it. Thank you. Okay. Where to start? Where to start? So he is sensing from you more confidence. Now, I know this probably, I don't know, maybe this makes sense to you or not. I'm not sure, but he's sensing like this new found self-esteem. You carry yourself more confidently. There's it never was desperation or anything like that, but it's just like instead of like longing and waiting and wondering, it's like you've now asserted yourself and you've taken this like it is what it is type of attitude, and you're not sitting here like hoping and praying and wishing. You're just allowing things to happen. And I feel like through that, it's either you're carrying yourself or like your energy signature feels more confident. And he does feel like you guys have a psychic connection. I'm not sure if he would word it that way, but what he's sensing or feeling is like a telepathic connection that doesn't require verbal communication or cues. It's like something that he's just sensing overall within your energy. And honestly, I think that it's possible he picks up on this even when he doesn't physically see you in front of him. I think he can just sense this over a distance. And so he's looking at you carrying yourself differently now. And I feel like he is finding this very attractive. I also feel like that's making him feel more drawn to you, or like you have intrigued him, you've piqued his interest here. And now we all know, like, energy is real. We all know that it can be transmuted. We all know that it can change. And we also know that when someone has felt energy on them for a long period of time and suddenly they feel like it's not there anymore, it's something that you can sense. You can't really put your finger on it, but you realize that this person is no longer thinking about you as often or wondering about you as often. And I feel like for him, it's not that he doesn't think that you think about him. It's just that he feels like he's not like the whole world that revolves around you. Do you know what I mean? And this is like starting to make him feel more maybe like attracted even. What is this? Kind of. I feel like too, he also knows because I have the 9 of Cups and the 6 of Pentacles. I feel like he knows that very quickly he can make this connection a reality, and I think that that might be scary for him. I feel like he knows it's in his hands, so to speak. Like the 6 of Pentacles indicates that if he gave more effort, equal effort or energy towards this connection, you guys could ground this connection very quickly. And maybe that's why he's been sabotaging his own availability, possibly because he knows like how quickly this connection could take off if he lets it. He's basically saying, I can get what I want if I put in more effort, and he knows that. That's something that's being acknowledged here. Hey Svetlana, welcome in. I'm only doing free readings for those that are new to me today. Donations are open if you'd like to get a reading, but our free list closed about 15 minutes ago. I think he's scared to let love in and let real feelings take over. We also have the disguise card. So this indicates to me that he's still not fully ready to be transparent with you. He's not fully ready to be authentic. He's still trying to keep things hidden. So now that doesn't mean forever, but it just means some aspects of this connection he's hiding from you. And I think until he is able to fully face things himself, it's going to be really hard to be open and real with you. So that's something that he has to work on. And we also have natural evolution. The situation will unfold naturally. That's kind of a tough card for me to say to you, just because we all know like how long this has been going on, and saying to let things unfold naturally seems kind of difficult pill to swallow, because you're like, how much more naturally and slowly can this go? But I think basically the underlying point of that card that I'm understanding from Spirit is don't put pressure on it. Don't put pressure on this connection. Don't force something, because it's not going to play out the way that it should or it could. It won't reach its potential if things are rushed or forced too quickly. Okay, so rising, that is what I have for you. Scorp. I'm going to call you Scorp. You're welcome, Svetlana. Scorp, yes, they are good feelings. The Hierophant, when they think back on their connection with you, it's mostly of good thoughts. Overall, I think that he thinks positively of you. Aesthetic Delta. Aesthetic, I have a yes. The Sun, the Ten of Cups, and the World all came out. This indicates a lot of hope, a lot of happiness, fun times spent with this Sag. So yeah, overall, I feel like you're definitely going to see this person again. Just been no contact. Yeah, so the World is there, which can talk about like the end of a journey. But it was a card clarified by the Sun and the Ten of Cups. So now I'm looking at the World to mean feeling accomplished, feeling complete, um, feeling full and of joy and happiness, feeling satisfaction, feeling reward. So ultimately, like with those three cards together, it does change the meaning of the World by itself. I do feel with those cards that you will be seeing this person again. Maybe so. I speak my truth. I'm about to shuffle for you now. You're welcome, Rising. That sounds great, aesthetic. It's a good plan. So Hierophant is here. This can talk about needing to get back to the root of who you are. So the Hierophant is the way in which we identify. And this can be influenced by our upbringing, how we're conditioned to view things. Is our family's beliefs our beliefs? Is our friends' beliefs our beliefs? So on and so forth. And so I feel like this card kind of calls for you to kind of get back to your like inner self, your who it is you are within all of the different relationships that you have external from yourself. So if your core belief is certain aspects of spirituality, maybe spirit is calling you back to that. Maybe if you feel very grounded and your core identity has to do with your family, maybe revisiting that situation. It could also indicate that if you identify strongly in like your core foundation has to do with like your friends, this could indicate spending more time with your friends. So I feel like spirit could be saying that you could be distracting yourself um, in certain ways or avoiding certain things, where they're encouraging you to kind of get back to basics, to kind of get back to who you are deep down, revisit with yourself, and figure out if there's anything in particular that you think that would be beneficial to have your attention. Um, we are rooted and we are who we are, but I feel like spirit is just saying like, let's just get back to the core of it all, you know what I mean? Um let's see. Fancy Nancy. Yes, welcome in. You're more than welcome to ask a question. It does have to be yes or no format. Just go ahead and post that in the chat and I'll be with you in a little bit. Now, kind of spinning off of that message, I also have the Four of Earth, the Queen of Water, and the Six of Fire. And so to me, this talks about holding on tightly or keeping something close to you that may be really hard for you to let go. Maybe needing approval or recognition. I have the Six of Fire. So, like, needing looking for some type of acknowledgement. Hold on one second. Someone's knocking on my door. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm back. You see, I need to let go of a toxic person in my life. I spoke to a therapist about it today. Wow. Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, is that feminine energy? I do have the Queen of Water, or maybe this is representing you, possibly. Let's keep pulling. James, thank you for the donation. Sorry, we had to take a quick break. I had an unexpected visitor at my door. So we're getting back to Lorraine's reading right now. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. That's actually kind of crazy because the Queen of Water came through with this message. And this, Queen of Water talks about getting in touch, or someone encouraging you to get in touch with your emotions, what you're feeling, not like deflecting or projecting, really getting into the nitty gritty of what it is you're experiencing on an emotional level. So that's really cool. All right, so let's see. James, I've got your question. All right, so we also have the Tower, which I would like to get clarified here. Okay, so it's clarified by the Messenger of Earth, which is the Page of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles. So I almost feel like Spirit is kind of coming through saying that there's like a big change up ahead, and it's almost like on a mental level. It doesn't feel necessarily like a physical level. It feels like something that you have to do and like move on from or let go of, that's taking a while. It's not I mean, maybe you have to do something in a physical way, but essentially the Tower is just filled with like aha moments, light bulb moments. Oh my God, it's clicking. It's finally making sense. Like I get it. I understand it now. I can see it for what it is. And those changes that happen through those epiphanies. Now, the Knight of Pentacles coming through, I feel like it's kind of like Spirit saying, don't feel bad if this isn't something that you can just do right away. Don't feel bad if this is something that's going to take baby steps to get there. Progress is progress no matter what. As long as you're moving, you're not standing still, right? So I also feel like Spirit is saying, through these changes, even if they are really hard, if they're difficult to go through, try to view the Tower moment, and purging these things or letting these things go. Embracing these changes is something positive. Embracing this Tower moment as like an opportunity of some sort here. Try not to look at it so negatively. Try to see how your life can change in a positive way. Oh, Lorraine. And the other thing that Spirit is saying is, remember why you're in a relationship in the first place. I have the Four of Fire here, the Four of Wands. And so, why are you in a relationship? Why do you want to be in a relationship? What do you think that relationship will give to you? And think of all the different things that you wanted, that you hoped for this relationship to do or to give to you. And then ask yourself, is it doing that thing? Are you getting those things? Are you experiencing why you're in a relationship in the first place? Because if not, then maybe that's not what you should be doing at this time. Maybe you should be revisiting why you wanted this in the first place. Because I think in our minds, we think a relationship, we think a partner, we think potential for marriage. And if you're not getting any of that out of this, why are you here? Because you have to kind of revisit again back to the going to the core thing, going back to the core reason as to why you wanted this. And saying to yourself, like, is this what I'm looking for? Is this what I wanted? Is this destroying me, or is this making me better? I also have the moon and the 3 of swords here. So this indicates to me needing to admit the things that you keep hidden. I feel like it's possible the situation is breaking your heart, maybe over and over and over again, and you might be brushing it off. So the moon here talks about the things that you keep hidden, the things you're not telling people, the things that are said to you or done to you, that maybe you feel like you need to keep in like under lock and key within your own heart. And are you becoming someone that you're proud of? Are you isolating yourself now from those around you who are holding up a mirror to you and saying, this is who this person is, this is who you are you ready to face it? The moon is where we keep secrets, it's where we keep things hidden, but it also is like Scorpio energy. Through this there is also the opportunity for transformation. But I think it's going to require 3 of Swords, pain. Like, I think this is not going to be easy. Anything else? Anything else for I speak, please? We have 4 of Swords. So the 4 of, actually, this is so crazy because I have the 3 of Swords too. So we all know right after the 3 of Swords is the 4 of Swords, right? That's just the natural progression. And the 4 of Swords talked about being like battle scarred and wounded and hurt and heartbroken and suffering and pain. And you really have just really been through it. And the 4 of Swords comes after all of that and says, you've done it. Job well done. Now it's time to be by yourself, rejuvenate, relax, refresh, heal. Like if you get hurt physically, what's the next step? Healing. The next step is, if you get a physical wound, you then have to go home, lay in bed, get dressing changes, get bandaged. Like, you're not getting wounded in that moment, you're healing in that moment, but you are staying away from other people most likely, you're on your own, you're just trying to recover from everything that you've been through. And I feel like Spirit is saying, keep in mind, don't just jump from this tortured place that you're feeling into another situation right away. Maybe Spirit here wants to encourage you to take a beat and recover. It doesn't mean you haven't learned your lesson. It doesn't mean that you can't eventually move on and be with someone else, but try not to jump into another thing too quickly. You have to heal that wound first. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is this a person that you're currently with, or is this someone who you're just trying to move on from? Oh, okay. So you're just having a hard time walking away from this person? You'll be able to get through it. I'm happy to hear that you're speaking to a therapist. I think you have to just give yourself a little bit of grace during this time. Don't judge yourself too hard or too harshly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough. If you're ready, you can post your next question. So, the one message that I'm getting really clearly is maybe why the Four of Swords was so important in your last reading is that because you need to allow yourself the time to recover. And one of the biggest ways to love yourself and accept yourself has to do with time. It has to do with giving yourself grace in the now, understanding that the decisions that you made were the best that you could make with where you were at that stage in life, giving yourself a judgment-free zone right now, but also knowing that it is going to take time. It is going to take time to get yourself there. You're not supposed to know it all now. And I think that's something big that you need to like really kind of absorb is that you are still so young. No matter what age you are, you're still so young. You know what I mean? And I think you're in your 20s if I'm not mistaken. And there is such a huge amount of growth that happens from decade to decade, and that comes through these experiences. And I think giving yourself grace for handling them the way that you have now, hey, you're still here. You know what I mean? Hey, you're still trying. Give yourself applause for going to a therapist, for recognizing these things. Do you know that I think they said only like 20% of the world is self aware? And you have some of the most self awareness that I can recognize in someone just from communicating with you after all this time. You are self aware, you are ahead of the curve, like ahead of like 80% of the population. And I think that because of this self-awareness, you are encouraging yourself to get out there, seek help. It's like you're starting to recognize these things, but I'm sorry, through your human experiences is the only way that you're going to be able to evolve over time. And I think that thanking yourself, saying thank you for allowing myself to put me in these positions to learn from them. I think appreciating yourself for what you've been through and the fact that you're still here and you're still standing. It's all about time. It's about appreciating yourself now and giving yourself grace now, and also knowing that it's not going to happen with a snap of a finger. It's going to happen slowly over time. I think that you view yourself very harshly, and while we're our own self-critic, like our own worst critic, I feel like to remember that you're the only one thinking about this way about yourself. I feel like even if someone talks down to you and treats you like trash, they still don't think of you the way that you think of yourself. Do you know what I mean? And so it's like, if you can think to yourself, I'm the hardest on myself, I'm the meanest to myself. So how can I let someone else externally make me feel worse than I can make myself feel? Take pride in that, because that's going to basically give you power, and it's going to give you control and say, nobody can talk more shit to me than me and myself, and I'm not going to sit here and let you also do that same shit to me. Like, there's just this empowerment that comes from within when you realize, like, and not only that, but if you are spiritual and if you do believe in a lot of things and you're very open-minded, a belief that I have is that we chose this life. Someone said, you're going to have a human experience and you are going to experience this, and this. Do you want to do this? Do you want to make any changes to this? Because the only way for you to evolve is through going through these experiences. And you say it's going to be hard, but I'm going to agree to do this. So you came here. Your body already knows how to handle this. Your soul already knows how to handle this because you already agreed to it and you already know what the outcome is. Do you know what I mean? Innately within yourself, you, on a spiritual level, on a soul level, you said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go through this and it's going to be fine. So in your heart, you already know how to handle this because you've already lived it in a soul form. You just haven't lived it in a physical form. And you agreed to do that. So I don't think that there's anything that is any less empowering than knowing that you already know what to do. You've already done this. You just don't remember. You've already experienced this from a viewing standpoint, like you're watching a movie because you agreed to this in a soul contract to come down and now experience this on a human level to evolve your soul. And so if you can see, or if you can take comfort in knowing that you've already seen how this plays out, then it will bring more confidence and love for you now that you've now gone through it. You're blueprint of the essence of who you are already knows how to get through this, already knows how to recover from this. And very possibly in past lives, if you believe in reincarnation, you have gone through much worse. It's very possible this is your easiest life. And so you just have to take comfort in knowing that, like, you have already experienced this. You already know what's going to happen and you already know how to get through it, right? So I think that's like the main thing, is knowing that you can't rush yourself right now. Loving yourself and accepting yourself is going to come over time. But to start that, to activate that now, is to just give yourself grace and understanding, and knowing that everything that you've been through and every choice you've made, every decision you've made was the best that you could have done or made in those moments. Because if you had already learned those lessons, you wouldn't need to go through it's like this kind of paradox. Like, if you already were ahead of where you need to be now, you wouldn't be going through what you went now. But in order to get to that point, you have to go through what you're going through now, so that you can learn those lessons and be where you need to be. Just give yourself grace. I think that's the biggest thing. Give yourself grace and acknowledgement and say, hey, I am very aware. I'm more self-aware than the population. I am working on this. I am actively trying. I'm not falling prey. I'm not becoming a victim. I am trying to make active strides and changes. And that's all I can really do right now. And I need to at least be proud of that part of myself, that I am making these moves, you know? So I hope that that helps. And I'm sending you so much love, because I know this is hard for you. You're welcome. I'm glad to hear that. I'm happy to hear that feedback, that it resonates with you in such a grand way. That makes me very happy. James, are you here? Okay, I don't know if James is here right now, but I'm going to go ahead and shuffle and get this one going. Hey, Amy. Natty Nat, yes, I can answer yes no question for you. Just post your question in the chat and I will get to you in between donations. You're welcome. Hey, Amy, I just saw your update and I got you. I'll respond to you when I can get on your turn, if that makes sense. Hey, James, welcome back in. I'm shuffling for you now. All right, Natty Nat, I have your question, and I'll be with you as soon as I can. Just sit tight. James, this is so sweet. I feel like you really have like cracked open her heart or something. Hey, Day, welcome in. I've already got you on the list, girl. All right. So, James, we are going to start with the overall energy. And I am getting worthiness. So, I feel like for her, she is questioning whether or not she's worthy of your love, whether or not she deserves this attention and this compassion. And like you give her a lot of like admiration and accolades and possibly attention, and I feel like for her she's questioning her worthiness here in this connection, but I don't think it's going to stop her. I don't think it's going to like essentially get in the way, or like I hope it wouldn't. I feel like for her, she's just thinking to herself, like, this is just too good to be true. Like, what have I done to have someone care for me like this? As far as influences and blocks is like reciprocation, making sure that she's showing to you the level of care that she feels she's receiving from you, making sure that she's still staying true to herself, but through that process of staying true to herself, she's also making sure that she's not getting too, what is this? She wants to make sure you know that she cares. Without doing something that feels foreign or inauthentic to herself. So for example, she wants to stay true to herself. So maybe it's not in her nature to use words of affirmation. Maybe it's in her nature to do acts of service. So she wants to make sure you care. So she's not going to use words of affirmation because that's inauthentic to her. She'll use words like acts of service, if that makes sense. She's trying to make sure that she's not getting ahead of herself or rushing herself along or putting pressure on herself or doing things that aren't naturally who she is, but she's still saying, I would rather get out of my comfort zone and make sure that he knows I appreciate him than to sit here in my comfort bubble and make him wonder like my feelings for him. I feel like for her, she's trying really hard for that reciprocation, making sure that what you're providing and you're offering is like you're also getting similar response or energy back. And I have here, as far as what she is trying to show the connection, is that she feels like your care for her, your appreciation for her, your love for her is unmatched. Like this could never be matched. You give to her something that she finds truly irreplaceable. Her thoughts are wanting to like always be a part of your life, no matter the status, no matter the distance, no matter like any kind of external influences on this. She's saying, I want to be a part of your life. I want to be around this man. I want to be around this person because I feel like there's so much potential for us to be inseparable. And the feelings here is that this person, Patty, is like constantly in a state now of like daydreaming and thinking and wondering. And I think that she can default into overthinking too much. So we don't want her to stay stuck in this place of being all in her head. But she really has been just thinking about all the different ways. It's almost like you've unlocked what seems to be, you've unlocked this hope for her. And that's actually what brings me to my next card, is what are the intentions? And I have hope. I have the fact that she's not wanting to walk away. She does not want to give up. She wants to see this thing through. Wow. James. Yes. Yes. Try to do what you can to make plans. Um, so I have the Queen and King of Water, which we all know is great to have King and Queen of the same suit in a reading, especially a mini reading where I'm not pulling a lot of cards. It indicates that this is a good time. The timing is right. This is a good match, so on and so forth. We also have the Three of Water, which talks about pleasure, enjoying yourself, celebrating, toasting, being social. And then we also have the Two of Water, which talks about partnerships, relationships, union, coming together, going on dates, affection, attraction. And then we also have the Empress, which means that she's feeling herself. Today might be a very confident time for her where she might be more apt to be social. At the bottom of the deck, we have Ace of Water. So Ace of Water talks about lots of romantic feelings being stirred up and feelings. Sometimes feeling like overwhelming feelings, taken over by your emotions, things like that. And it's a very good card. So considering everything is cups, and then you also have Empress, I feel like that's kind of saying that this is like a good time to ask her out. So I say go for it. If we're going by what the cards are saying, I would say shoot your shot. Hey Aqua, we actually finished the free list about an hour ago or so. I'm only doing free yes nos at this point for new subs to me, but check back again next time, or if you'd like, donations are also open. And I only charge $3 to get yes no questions answered after the list is closed. All right, so this is for Natty Nat. Natty Nat, if you're here, please check in with me. Okay, Amy. Okay, that sounds great. Give me a second and I will be with you soon. All right, this is for Natty Nats. Will I get a new good career job soon? James, thank you for your donation. Will I get a new career job soon? Wow, Natty, I am getting a yes. 9 of Earth. So 9 of Earth, and at the top of the deck, I also have Transformation. So there's been some conflicts or hardships here I see with the 5 of Air surrounding your job. I can't go too far in depth because this is a free question, but I'm wondering maybe with that card if you've always struggled to find your place or find the career that brings you satisfaction. But I feel like things are changing for you with the transformation card. And Nine of Earth here is the Nine of Pentacles, which talks a lot about feeling satisfaction, feeling like you finally hit your reward for how hard you've worked, for all of the efforts you've put into your career. You finally feel like it's paying off. So yeah, I'm getting a yes for you. Amy, okay, that sounds good. I got you. You're welcome, Natty Nat. Definitely come back. All of my subscribers get the option of free readings every time I go live. You do have to get here early. You have to get here within the first 15 minutes, but it's like unlimited throughout the week. So like you can ask a question on Monday for free, and you can also get a question that night for free if I'm live, or Tuesday or Wednesday. It's one question free per live stream, but it doesn't matter if you're new, if you're never been here before. You have plenty of opportunities to get free questions. Just get here early. So I recommend turning on a notification on my channel itself. That way you always know when I'm going live. If there's ever a time where I'm not doing free readings, which is rare and everyone can attest to that, it's very rare if I'm not doing free readings. But if I'm not, I will let you know in the description. All right, guys, I am back. Let me just get situated really quickly because I just sat back down. All right. All right, so let me pull. All right, I'm just going to throw that on the screen, Dea. Hopefully you're here. And let me read your question on your donation. Okay. All right, so Day, it looks like with this person, you invoke the word. I don't even know if that's correct terminology. Yes, put into effect. You invoke a level of jealousy in him. So it's like he doesn't want you to be with anyone else. He doesn't like the idea of you being with someone else. And I think that is something that he worries about. Now, the Four of Pentacles it is like the energy of wanting to preserve and defend. So there is like jealousy and like his desire to maintain this connection with you. But the Four of Pentacles does not lay claim. So what that means is that he wants to do the bare minimum. He wants to receive the benefits, right? Without actually putting in the effort or the time or the work. So essentially, he doesn't want you to date anyone else. He wants you to only like want him and like potentially like be with him but not be with someone else. But he doesn't want to like define the connection or the relationship. He may want you to put attention on him or show him affection without actually putting in the work. He does not lay claim to you. He does not claim you per se in an official way, but he would be really jealous if you were to talk to someone else or be with someone else. It seems like for him, it's like he wants his cake and he wants to eat it too. And he wants all the benefits of being in a committed relationship with you without actually being in a committed relationship with you. It seems like he's here for the benefits and the friendship and the compatibility, the company. But here with the Four of Pentacles and Four of Swords, it seems like he is not intending on making any moves. Let's see. We have the Devil here. So, he is bound by the desire for instant gratification. He's bound by his negative attributes, bad habits. He's bound by his demons. The devil talks about wanting instant gratification. He's wanting right now. He doesn't care about the consequences of these actions. He just wants flattery and satisfaction and pleasure now. But this could be detrimental to the future of your connection, and he is preferring like what feels good in the now at the expense of these consequences, of the expense of potentially not being able to be with you long term. So for me right now, it seems like he's making moves through ego. He's focused on what serves him. Now, I do feel like he has affection for you, and I do feel like he has attraction for you, and I do feel like he desires you, and I feel like all of that is there. But I think that he's wanting parts of you that he hasn't earned yet. And I see with the Four of Pentacles and the Four of Swords that he's in the process of inaction. He is not here to make a claim to you, to commit to you, not in the way that I see you're wanting from him. So let me know if you have any questions about that. All right, Private, are you here? Please check in with me. Private, if you're here, please check in. Day, have you had communication with this person? Private, I hope you're still here. I am getting a no for your question. I have the Tower. So I think that this separation is pretty permanent. It would take a lot to rebuild, and it would take a lot for this person to come back to communicate with you. So ultimately, I feel like it's a no. Yeah, I have, but it's definitely a shift. It's the same person I asked about before, the one where me and the mom are close, but it's definitely a shift. Yeah, actually, it's ringing a bell. Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the shift is. I find that when a lot of people aren't able to commit to someone, or they feel like it feels difficult to be in a relationship in a very profound way, like when you want to be serious with someone, um I find that a lot of times when you find it difficult to do that, of course they call it commitment issues, but I think it has to do with, when it all boils down, their own feelings about whether or not they can provide. Um, so I feel like for men or masculine energy specifically, their commitment issues stem from, can I provide something to someone? And you know what that comes down to even further, that breaks down to, can they trust themselves? Because if a man can't trust himself, then he feels he can't provide, then he feels he shouldn't be in a relationship. If a man can't trust himself, then that means that they feel like their mood is going to change from day to day. It means that they feel like they might want you today, but what about tomorrow? What if they want to be with someone else? Can they provide to you? Can they trust that they can be consistent? So on and so forth. And so ultimately, it boils down to this person you're asking about, whether or not they can trust themselves and whether or not they can provide to you. And so there could be this shift where he's starting to have fear, or he's starting to have doubts in his ability to give to you. So he says, let's just do surface level things. Let's just do things where I can't let you down if I'm not making a promise to you. If I'm not committing myself to you, then I can't disappoint you. You know what I'm saying? There has to be something in his psyche, in his ego, that is making him believe that he can't trust himself with you, that he can't provide to you or give to you. And, doubt can creep up when we least expect it. We could be on a high and we can be happy for a long time, and our energy can be really good, and we can be fully ready and fully in it. And then suddenly doubt creeps in, or fear creeps in, and it can change our perspective. Similarly to grief, where you go a whole month where you're like, I'm okay, like I didn't break down, I didn't cry, I was fine. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, after weeks and weeks of being okay, it hits you. And that's kind of how doubt is. It kind of creeps up, and it causes that shift. So it is curious, but I'm wondering if it's possible that is why there was a shift there. Is that maybe doubt has crept into his mind, and he's allowing that to take over, in interfering within the connection. You're welcome, Private. Sophie, yes, ma'am. All right. So, what did I just delete? Okay, so Amy, let me read what you're saying here. You sprained your ankle? Oh no. Amy, how recently did you sprain your ankle? Was it today? Okay, so Amy, you probably could still ice it. It's still recent enough. You could still ice it. But the main thing that you're going to want to do outside of reducing inflammation with ice and maybe anti-inflammatories is ordering an ASO brace. I sent you the link in the chat. Oh, it did work. Okay, that confused me. We'll just remove this little guy here. Yeah, so when you have a sprained ankle, you need an ASO brace because it stabilizes your ankle from further injury and it helps take a little bit of the pressure off of your ankle when you're walking, because when you walk, you constantly are compressing those ligaments over and over and over again. Whereas the ASO brace, whether you're wearing, because you can wear it with shoes, so whether you're wearing it with shoes or just out and about around your house, it really helps from that like constant joint compression and all that. For my lack of medically professional terms, take a look at the size chart too if you order yourself one. They run pretty true to size, so take a look at like your shoe size and everything and choose select a size that's close to that one. There could be cheaper options, but that specific brace I put the link in the chat about, that's the one that we would always give to patients whenever they would sprain their ankle. Yeah, I mean, at a minimum, you want to wrap it in an ACE bandage, but I find the ACE bandage is still not stable enough. And an ASO brace is really easy. You just slip your foot in, you lace it up like a shoelace, and then they have Velcro straps on them. And you can wear socks with them. You can wear them in shoes. It's like it's like $30, but it's a very, what is the word I'm looking for? Where you can use it in various situations. It's, my God, there's a word. What is it, Spirit? To start with a C. Wow, I'm completely drawing a blank. It's like another word for customize. Versatile. That's the word I'm thinking of. Thank you, Spirit. Versatile. It's very versatile. Do you have one of those braces like offhand? Yeah, Amy, go ahead. Go ahead with your update. Sophie, I got your donation. Sit tight and I'll be with you in a little bit. If you need to leave, go ahead and put your question in the chat and I'll answer it. You can come back whenever you're free to watch your reading. But if you're able to stay, stick around and I'll be with you next after Amy's questions. Okay, Amy, I read everything so far. Okay, Amy, what's your yes/no question? Hey, Amy, how do you feel about me making you a moderator? You don't have to do anything if you don't want to, but since you're usually in my live streams, maybe just to help answer people's questions, just let me know. Sophie, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. All right, let's see. All right, Amy, you're a mod. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate you. Thanks, Amy. All right, Amy, shuffling for your yes, no now. Okay, so yes, he does pay special attention to you when you're not realizing it. It's not when you're sleeping. Specifically, I'm not getting that, but I'm getting more so like when he catches you just being very you. So you might laugh a certain way, like you might think that he really likes your laugh, or he might like the way that you say a certain word, or he might appreciate a type of joke that you give or deliver, or he might find like you're very cute and sweet when you're around his mom. Like there's like glimpses and like little moments here and there when he's witnessing you, and I think that he really like appreciates it, thinks it's sweet, he likes it. It's kind of a moment where like he sees you and you're not seeing him, like he's perceiving you in those moments but you're not realizing it. But I'm not getting that it's while you're sleeping. I have the 4 of Cups, so I don't think I think it's more so when you're being lively and personable and talking and like moving, and maybe it's like a mannerism of yours or something along those lines. It's more so like when you're awake, but I am getting yes on that. Hey, Anita, welcome in. Thank you for subscribing. I can answer your question. It'll have to be in between donations. So just stick around and I will get to you, I promise. Channel message from Eli, of course, just update where I stand at the moment, how he views, treats me, whatever feelings come up. Amy, do you know that's what he said? You don't think he's messing with you, do you? Like, you don't think that he just wanted to, like, see what your reaction would be and pretend like he's sleeping, right? Like, because I've got to say, that's never happened to me before. Like, I've had someone conscious kind of slip up, you know, not realizing that that's what they were saying, but like in conversation, you know, like, and that's why I love you kind of thing. You're like, what? And like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, but, and my husband talks in his sleep like crazy, but he's never said that to me in his sleep. That's what gets me questioning, like, he wasn't sleeping, he was sleepy. When you asked him, like, what did you say? Did he respond to you? Did he say it again? Oh. Did you ask him about it today? That's good. I'm glad you didn't say anything back. Oh my gosh. You're funny. Okay. All right, let's do some channeled message for you. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Okay, let's see. Sophie, you're so sweet. Well, Amy, he needs to figure it out, doesn't he? He asked you to be his Valentine, so he needs to figure it out. Sophie, if you want, you can post now. I'm still working on Amy's channeled message at the moment. Get yourself some food. No, you're totally fine, Sophie. No worries. All right, Amy, I'm ready to read. Are you ready? Oh, okay. I'll wait for you to get back. Hi, Silly Billy. Yes, I can answer a yes/no question for you. You just have to Be patient with me because I'm working on donations right now, okay? Silly Billy, I have your question. All right, so Amy. All right, Amy, he says, you really surprise me. Sometimes I feel like I know how our time together is going to go, and then things happen that I don't expect. Like you say something that catches me off guard, or you do something that makes me laugh. I am always in amusement at how much I like hanging out with you. You are making me feel things that I thought I wasn't ready for, or maybe still am not ready for, but I'm just trying to follow my feelings and my gut and what I know is I really have a good time with you, and maybe that's what dating is all about. I should just try to get out of my head and stop putting so much pressure on myself to have it all figured out right now. I should just allow myself to have fun with you and just see how things progress naturally. Neither of us is trying to define the relationship. We should just enjoy each other and let things naturally unfold. You feel like an escape to me a lot of the times, and I think that's one of the reasons I love being around you. The hard things that don't feel so difficult, and when I'm in your energy, I can just forget for a little while the other things that make life feel hard. I want you to know I really like your face, and I can see myself getting attached to you if I don't pace myself. So, if you're wondering, that's why I'm taking things slow. I hope that's okay with you. Yeah, I thought that was a good reading. That sounds almost very like him. That sounds good, Amy. I like to hear that. Silly Billy, I'm not feeling rushed. If you're not able to stick around, I'll make an exception where I answer your question even though you're not here. And you can come back later and watch your reading. Or you can try again another day for a free question. It's up to you. But I doubt I'll be able to get your question done in 5 minutes. Okay, sounds good. Sophie, that's perfect. Thank you. Oh, gotcha. Well, let me ask that question. Okay, so they have, yes, they have seen pictures of you. Hey, Aqua, welcome back in. His friends think you're very attractive. Now I'm not saying like they're looking at you going, "Oh, I want to be with her," but I think that they're looking at you going, "Wow, she's really pretty. Like, I'm happy for you, Eli," that kind of thing. Sophie, I have your question. I think there's something to do with like your smile or like you're just cute, Amy. You're just cute. Like I can see in your profile picture and stuff like because the sun is like, I don't know, you have a very innocent looking, like, people probably think you're younger than you are for your age. Like, I think that some of them were like, wait, how old is she? You know what I mean? Because the sun card means it points to having a childlike essence or a childlike physical appearance, even. Because the sun talks about children, and so like a lot of times people might think that you're younger than you actually are. So they might have been like, bro, like how old is she, kind of thing, like is she still a teenager? Like I think they might have commented on like how young of an appearance you look. And there could have been like some comments on the fact that that's going to be good in the long run, because if you look younger than what you are, that means that you're probably not going to age very quickly. So there's also like an advantage there. Yeah, exactly. They are, let's see, something to do with transformation. Maybe they're commenting on how you affect him, like the changes that they've seen in him since starting to talk to you. Like they might say, for example, when he talks about you, he might light up a little bit, you know, he might be smiling a lot more. There might be like a little glimmer in his eye, you know, or he could be talking about you in a way using like words and phrases that he typically doesn't use when he's dating people. So like they're putting focus or attention on the way in which he's different and how you've affected him. I think, Amy, that they're just letting Eli take the lead on this, because I think that they see that he's kind of going back and forth about you. Like, you know, is he ready for something like this? Should he start a relationship with you? Should he just see how it goes? You know, like Two of Earth here kind of talks about juggling. And so he could be like, now granted, I don't think traditionally men sit there and talk about their feelings, but I think that to a certain extent, his friends know maybe the pain points that he experiences and the things that are hard for him in his life. And so there could be like pros and cons being weighed here, or like they could be saying, well, all right, you know, let's play devil's advocate. If you started a relationship with her, you know, do you feel like you would still have these challenges? Do you think that she could help you with these challenges? Do you think you're just not ready? Like, you know how people make a pros cons list? That's kind of what I'm hearing in my head, is like them talking out the benefits of being with you versus the hardships that he has and trying to maintain a relationship with you, what that could look like. So I feel like they're kind of talking him through these things. And because of that, because they know him, they're kind of on the fence when it comes to you. Not that you aren't good for him, not that they're, because I feel like they do see that you're good for him. I think because he is so unsure still and he wants to take things slow, they're kind of just on the fence as to whether or not this is a good decision. And they're like, the magician's here, so they're like, you, Eli, need to make this choice. Like, we can't decide for you. You have to discern for yourself, like, is she the one for you? Like, is she someone that you want to dedicate time to during this situation? Hey Terry, yes, absolutely, you can still donate. Yeah, Amy, exactly. Like now, I'm sure you and your best friend maybe talk more in depth, and there's more reciprocation going back and forth. Like I don't see these guy friends like sitting down and going like, please tell me your feelings. Like, tell me, what are you thinking? And when this happens in this moment, what's going through your mind? And details. I don't think it's like that. But I think it's like, hey man, hey, what's up? I don't know, just some bullshit with my mom. in the house. Oh, dude, you're still going through that? Yeah, it's fucked up. Well, what about this girl, Amy? You know, like, what about her? Like, are you guys still seeing each other? It's like, yeah, we're still talking. I really dig her. Like, I really like hanging out with her a lot. I just got a lot on my plate, man. Dude, that sucks. Like, you know, I can see that. Like, I can understand how like that would be difficult. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they're not really giving a lot of details. They're giving like basic information, but I still feel like the friend is here, or friends are here to offer a empathetic ear, offer sympathy, offer compassion, but it's just not in a very wordy way. So I'm having to decipher this, translate it into understanding what's going on. And I feel like his friends' standpoint at this point is whatever makes my man Eli happy, I will support him. And this girl Amy seems to make him happy. So if they find themselves ending up together, I'm happy for him. Like, that's kind of where it is. I don't think they formed the full opinion either way. Boy talk is so silly. Terry, I posted the list that we've got going right now. Amy, what do you mean by show off? Because I think that he's shown them a picture of you. Is that what you mean? Hey, Lena, welcome in. How are you? And thanks, by the way, thanks you, Lena, being here. I'm definitely glad you said to practice keeping myself. Does it feel good, Amy? Like, kind of just pacing yourself and, you know, like doing what you're doing? Does it make you feel better? Because, like, my hope with that is that you feel more empowered and more in control. Because that's where the magic is. The magician, right? Amy, 100%. I definitely feel the same. I think allowing him to be the one to reach out to you and then you deciding if you're available or not, allowing him to constantly invite you to things is going to keep you in a place of control and power and feeling like more confident. It basically puts the ball in your court because he's coming to you, meaning that you are being more attraction and you can then make the decisions, and then you're not disappointed because you're putting yourself out there. You're allowing him to come to you, and I think that overall that probably makes you feel a lot better. Humble brag about you. Yeah, I'm not sure. If I were to guess, I would say yeah, because I'm sure he picks a picture of you that is like his favorite. I think that would be a really fun question to ask him. Is just be like, hey, out of curiosity, what picture do you use when you show people like what I look like? Just to see. I think that's fun. That's a fun question to ask because he might want to know the same. And then it could get kind of flirty too, because he might be like, well, what makes you think I show you off to people? Wink, wink, you know, like that could be a fun conversation topic. Lena, I have your question. Terry. Okay, thank you, Terry. Hey, Ray, welcome in. Yeah, you're doing your best, Amy. I think you're doing the best that you can. All right, guys, I just posted the list in order so that way everyone knows where they are. You're welcome, Amy. Definitely feel free to hang out. All right, so this is for Anita. Anita, yes, no. Anita, I have a yes. Anita, Emperor. The Emperor in relationships signify solid connections, reliable, dependable connections. This is a yes for me. Thank you, Lena. Hey, Terry, no, I'm not doing anything differently. I just have a lot of new subscribers that have been coming in these days, and I've been having to get their free questions done after the free list because they're new to me, which means that I'm having to get them in between donations, but they're just yes, no questions. They don't take long at all. Silly Billy, I have a yes. 2 of Cups, I am getting a yes. 2 of Cups indicates like compassion, empathy, the desire for reconciliation or union. So Silly Billy, I have a yes. For you, thanks, Terry. I hope things have been well with you. I've been following you on social media. Well, whenever I'm on there. All right, Sophie, my friend. She has been waiting a while. Sophie. Let's take a look for you, Sophie. Hey, girl. Thanks for checking in. Oh, no, Terry. You got some felt cute, might delete later posts. Oh, trying to be okay. Yeah, I see you got some stuff going on. So Terry, did you donate through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal? Sophie, I'm shuffling for you now. Cash App. Okay, let me check because for some reason it hasn't come through on my email. Oh yes, Terry, it came through. I got it 10 minutes ago. I don't know why I didn't get a notification for it on my email. What do you see happening between D Cancer and Sophie? D Cancer and Sophie. Okay, so I see effort being made after a time or period of silence, no communication, or like limited connection or interaction. So if you feel like there was kind of like a hardship in the past that left you guys feeling disconnected in some way, I'm seeing more effort being applied here. I have the 4 of air and the 8 of earth. So after a time of what you would perceive to be a hardship, possibly, or a disconnect, with the 8 of Pentacles, I'm seeing more effort being applied. So, big hardship. Okay. So, this person is putting in more energy, more effort. The 8 of Pentacles literally means working hard, putting effort into something so that way you can have a good result, something that you can feel proud of. So I feel like this is him saying, I'm going to try my best and my hardest to do better this time around. I'm going to put in more effort than I did before. I really want to work at this. All right, so let's see. I have the 2 of air. So this does indicate that he still has some doubts or uncertainty surrounding the connection, but I think he wants to go by blind faith. Like, I feel like he's saying, I don't know what's going to happen. Everything feels very up in the air, but I want to believe, even though I can't see it, even though I don't know for sure. I'm choosing to believe. So you are coming through as the Queen of Air and the 7 of Water. So I think that he wants to know what's going on in your head. He feels that there's a possibility that how you're acting on the outside is different than what you're feeling on the inside. So you might be more, what is this? It's almost like he feels like you might be guarded. You might be not distant or cold. I don't feel like you're necessarily cold with him, but I feel like he feels like there's this block between you guys. It's like you keep yourself guarded. And he's like, I want to know what's in her head, because I feel like she tells me things. I don't think that he necessarily feels like you hold back. Because I still think that you stand your ground, but there's this energy coming from you, like emanating off of you, of like, I'm guarded and you're gonna have to prove yourself, and maybe the ice will thaw at some point, but right now, like, this is as much as I can give you. And so I think that he's like, I really want her to be like, I want to know what's going on in her head and what she's thinking. Okay, I do see travel. I do see visiting you. The last card I pulled was the Eight of Water, and this indicates traveling. Specifically, this means traveling. Like, if I look at this card very literally, it means traveling overseas or traveling through water or across water. So this could be like driving over a bridge to get to you, or taking a ship, or flying a plane over water, something along those lines, like traveling through water. Now, that doesn't mean you have to take it literally, but I'm just telling you what's on the card. But Eight of Water does indicate traveling. It does indicate moving on or moving forward. And the Eight of Water indicates like taking all of the lessons you've learned and just moving forward into the future with all of that you've learned. I also feel like it could indicate that he would be leaving his past behind. So he might even consider at some point moving to be with you, possibly, or trying to talk you into moving to be with him. Something there. So yeah, I definitely see travel here. So I guess you could say the main thing that I see happening between you guys is just him putting in more effort and trying to have more faith in this connection, and maybe start breaking down your barriers or your walls that you have put up. Oh, you're in different countries. Okay. Yeah, so that is what I've got for you, Sophie. Hopefully you enjoyed your reading with me. I know that you were waiting quite a while. All right, Fancy Nancy and Lena. If you are here, please say hello. Terry, if you're ready, you can post your question. Sophie, I am seeing him coming to try to start a new life with you, or try to come together with you to make a plan. I don't know if he feels like he has it all figured out right now, but I see him making the efforts. Hi, Fancy Nancy. All right, Fancy Nancy. Will Mintu give me a gift in February? Hi, Mystic. Thanks for the donation. I'm going to update the list in just a second, so bear with me. Well, meant to give Fancy Nancy a gift in February. I have this star, so that is a yes for me. The star indicates like possibly a gift that brings renewal or inspiration or hope for the connection. Lena, if you're here, feel free to check in with me. Oh, he's Aquarius. How cool. Because what I because what I said is exactly what he told you? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Wow. That's crazy. I'm happy for the feedback. That makes me feel like I'm really tucked in there. You're welcome, Sophie. Ray, that sounds great. All right, this is for Lena. Lena. Okay, Lena. Spirit is saying it could honestly go either way. This person, Nick, is not a fixed point on your path. Okay? So, really quickly, I believe that we all are living our life, and the choices we make dictate, which way we're going to go, what ends up happening, what life we're living, that kind of thing, right? Our choices, our free will, they dictate our future life. Now, I do also believe that there are fixed points on our trajectory that we can't avoid. We can make them happen sooner, we can make them happen later, but we cannot avoid them. They are fixed points, they are agreements that we decided when we agreed to have a human experience in this life. And some of those things we consider a tower moment, and they're just things we cannot avoid, period. Like, we have to go through those moments, those hardships, because we're here to evolve, we're here to become our highest self, we're here to learn lessons, and a lot of those times those things are the only way to do that. I do not feel that Nick is a inevitable person for you. I don't think that he's a fixed point here for you. I think that it could go either way. I think you could marry him, and I think you could not. I think that this is a matter of free will and your decisions. I also feel like just because if you do marry this person, this is going to be your life partner. Potentially, it could be. You could marry them tomorrow and it could not work out, and then you could marry them in 5 years and it could be the person you spend the rest of your life with. So, Lena, I can't answer this question outright for you. I have a yes and a no. I have the 10 of Wands and the Sun. And then partnered with those things, I also have the High Priestess. So this indicates, what do you feel? What choice are you going to make that determines whether or not this person is with you? And if you feel like it's not in your hands, if you feel like it's in Nick's hands, then it's something you have to allow him to decide. I wish that I could give you yes, no, maybe at some point in the future I will be able to. But as of right now, you're in a fork on the road. Okay? All right. You're welcome, Lena. You're welcome, Luna. I'll put you on the top of my tarot readers. Oh, Sophie, that's so sweet. Who else do you like to go to, if you don't mind me asking? Terry has news for me. Terry! Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Oh, that's so exciting. Okay. So bear with me, guys, while I update this donation list really quickly. Amy, I just saw your comment. Not to be silly, can I share memes and funny vids I have too? It's okay if not. Yeah, Amy, you can send them. Feel free to send them through Instagram if you want. I don't know. I don't check that every single day, but I do periodically check in. All right, Terry. I'm gonna shuffle for you and get going. It's pitch black in my house right now because I've been streaming for the last 3 hours and the sun's gone completely down, which means that I'm trying to work in the dark here. So give me a second while I go turn on some lights so I can see. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry that took me a little bit longer than I thought. Zhao, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for liking. All right, so we're back to Terry. Let's see. Thank you, John. Terry, you said we're doing 2 minis for you, right? Amy, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, get yourself an ASO brace if you can. You can always make a return, especially if you order it on Amazon. If you end up not needing it, but especially in the beginning, you want to have some type of ankle stabilizer. So, Terry, I have that he's feeling pain. He's feeling like regret or guilt due to the damage he feels that he has caused. I feel like he's needing some time or space to gather his thoughts. I feel like he doesn't want to run anymore. I feel like he wants to stay put. Oh wow, I feel like he wants to change and be more present, be more committed to you. He's showing that all he has given to you so far is like, I guess, a half-assed relationship. Like, he's showing as the Knight of Wands in reverse, like, I haven't given to you the way that I should. I've just been showing up for like companionship, and I've still kept my own independence from you. And I see him saying now, like, he's working through this. He's really trying to work through this. He doesn't want to run away. I feel like he wants to be more present, more, maybe even more reliable. Now, you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, if it's too personal, but out of curiosity, if you want to answer, does he know about this new information? I'm wondering if that's influencing him at all, because I have the desire for commitment here. I want you to be a part of my future. I don't want to run away. So, I feel like for him saying I need some time to think about this, but I think it's more so just so he can processing these feelings. But I feel like ultimately how he feels towards the connection is the desire to continue to be more present and give to you, provide for you, that kind of thing. Oh my gosh. Wow. Are you feeling better now? Oh, I'm glad he was happy to find out about it. Oh no. Terry, what is your second question? Okay, Terry, shuffling for you now. So, Terry, I am getting a yes for you ultimately. I see from his perspective is that he wants the most difficult part of your relationship, the hardship that you guys have been through together, and everything that you guys have been through together that was difficult to be in the past. He's looking for a new start with you. I have the Six of Swords, so this indicates that he is ready for an easier life, an easier time, and he's hopeful that everything that was turbulent or difficult in the past can now be easier. I have the Six of Wands. I feel like his plans are to recognize you, show you appreciation, make you feel valued, and compliment you, and essentially kind of dote on you. I feel like he's ready for a change to happen really quickly, and I see his desire for future progress happening quickly. I think Terry, he's gonna step up in a big way. I really do. The Eight of Wands here just indicates like a lot of good movement, a lot of clearing the air, a lot of I don't know another word for progress right now. Basically progress. And to finish out your reading, I have the Ten of Earth. So this is him saying like, I'm gonna be here for you. I'm going to step up. I'm going to see this through. The Ten of Earth is the energy of long term. So like he's saying, I'm gonna be in your life for a long time now. I see that now. The Ten of Earth is like things that last, everlasting, long lasting, and he's viewing you as someone he wants there and he wants in his life for essentially forever. So I feel like this is all good, and I think these changes are going to be made pretty quickly. I think you're going to start to see some changes in him, and they're just going to continue on growing. Hey, Fashion. There's a couple people ahead of you. It's not super long. Terry said he went back home and he lives out of state. You're remaining hopeful. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. And you're very welcome. Absolutely. I'm very happy for you. I'm excited for you. That's such a blessing. So Fashion Destination, I'm going to post the list now. Just bear with me here. Thank you, Terry. Sending it back. Have a good night. All right, so to claim your free readings, I need John, Misrak, Avantika, and Joe to please check in. Fashion destination, my assumption is it's going to be about 15 minutes, like 15, 20 probably, before I can get to you. So it's up to you if you want to hang around or not, or you can check back and see if I'm still accepting donations. It's up to you. John, Misrak, Avantika, and Joe, please check in. All right. John, hello, hello. John, let's see what your answer is. John. So, okay, John, what they're showing me is that there is something that's disguised as a big opportunity, and it ends up not being what you thought it was. So, it seems almost like it's like a scam or something. It makes you feel like it's exactly what you were looking for, but it falls through, or it ends up not being what you thought. So I think with this, Spirit is saying either accept this opportunity and maybe gain some more experience and learn from it, or maybe you decline it and see if something better comes along. If your intuition is telling you something feels off, then it probably is. But I don't think the big opportunity you're looking for is coming before September. I think potentially you could get an opportunity before then, but I don't think it's going to be long-term or long-lasting. All right, last call for Misrak, Avantika, or Joe. Please check in before we move back on to donations. Last call to get a free question answered. You're welcome, John. Thank you for stopping by. All right, moving on to donations. Mystic, if you're here, please check in with me. All right, let's take a look. How does Linda feel towards Mystic after seeing Instagram story? How does Linda feel towards Mystic after seeing Instagram story? How does Linda feel? Hey, Silly Billy. I actually already answered your question. I truthfully don't know how long ago that was. I think it was relatively soon after you left the chat. So you'll have to scroll back, but I did put your name on the screen. So if you want to just scroll through and see until your comment pops up on the screen. But you'll just have to scroll however long ago that was. Fashion Destination, thank you for the donation. I'll add you to the list. Bear with me. Fashion Destination, yes, I can do that. I typically do. I may not mention them all out loud because sometimes like 2 cards give me a certain energy and I might just roll with that, but generally I do, and I'll try to remember to do that for yours. Okay, so I feel like Mystic, Linda was feeling the need to kind of hold back. So I don't know if this like Instagram story put Linda in a position to feel the need to retreat or be more reserved and observant. But I'm getting like envy or jealousy here. Now, jealousy could be like this feeling of like possessiveness, or it could be envy, like the feelings of wanting what someone else has. We also have the 5 of Earth, so I feel like this story could have made Linda feel like left out, like singled out, left out, or to some interpretation like on the outside of your life or on the outside of you. Let's see. Okay, so maybe she feels like you won because the 5 of Pentacles talks about like lack, like feeling on the outside, feeling like I wasn't able to get in, like I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do. 5 of Pentacles also means you don't have something, so she lost. Something along those lines. We also have the High Priestess, which, as we all know, talks about psychics, intuitives, mediums, things like that. So that's weighing heavily here in this reading. But yeah, we have envy. So the evil eye, that actually makes a lot of sense. To mess with your money and friendship. Oh my God, that's so crazy. No shit. I wish I could take a picture for you right now. So 5 of Earth, again, that has to do with lacking, right? Limited or lacking. Five of Pentacles traditionally means you're poor. If you look up Five of Pentacles, you'll see poor, no money, poverty, things like that. And then I also have the card over here for my emotions deck. I have relationships. So for this person to interfere with money and friendships is coming through. I also feel like, oh my God, I just realized, and we have the Three of Water, and the Three of Water has to do with friendships as well. More so being social, but that does have to do with friendships. That and the Three of Pentacles are also the same thing. Three of Pentacles are more like apprenticeship, friendship, teamwork, but in a more like professional setting. And then Three of Cups is more like friendship, acquaintances in a social setting. And you have the Three of Cups. So there is that. Not only that, but we have the Ten of Earth, and this indicates abundance that you have. So I don't think that she was able to interfere with that. She wasn't able to affect it at all. We have the Queen of Earth. You're still stable. You're still grounded. You're still balanced and disciplined and have everything you need. So I don't think that she was successful. Now, what she did could have like slowed things down for you, but I don't think she was able to penetrate enough to like completely cut you off from these things. And generally speaking, I feel like it didn't work out. And I think it has to do, like I said, with envy or jealousy, going back to that. Yeah, I don't think that she was able to affect it in a significant way, if at all. You're welcome, Silly Billy. So good for you, Mystic. All right. Next up, I have Ray. Ray, if you're here, please check in with me. You're welcome, Mystic. Oh, Mystic, Spirit said before I close down from your reading, remember earlier in the reading where I said this person was like whatever your story showed is that it made this person more reserved or holding back. I mentioned that towards the beginning, where they just felt like they were like their hands were tied. They're kind of, Spirit's kind of showing me like with their arms crossed, like them just kind of sitting there just like, great, you know, like that kind of thing. So Spirit just said bring it back to that point of like, because I had said that they were holding back and they weren't able to get what it is that they wanted. So whatever it was in your story that you had posted, I think at that point they realized that it didn't turn out the way they wanted it to. So just throwing that out there. Okay, so Ray. Hey SB, welcome in. How are you? Sounds good, SB. All right, Ray, we are shuffling for you now. So I have the 10 of air, and this can signify endings. So it's possible that this couple prefers not to pursue a relationship with you, or like something is coming to an end. So like if you're friends with them, something is signifying an ending, whether that's between A and J, or that's between A and J in their friendship with you, or something along those lines. But I feel like there's a desire here for an ending or walking away, things coming to an end. The 10 of air a lot of times can feel like betrayed, or like, I don't know, like kind of backstabby or something along those lines. So there could be distrust, like a worry of not being able to trust you or trust the situation. I have Page of Air in reverse. Page of Air typically talks about restlessness or curiosity. So I feel like there's a lack of interest, at least from one of these people, in your direction. Let's see. I feel like they're looking at you as a quite intelligent, cunning, smart person, open to new relationships, open to new friendships, open to, you just seem like a very lively person, fun person, and I think they're viewing you that way. But I've got to be clear, like there is a level of maybe they just don't know enough about you. Maybe that's why they're cautious around you. Now again, I'm grouping them in together because your question is a mini reading. It's very possible it's just one of these people feel this way towards you and the other person doesn't. But yeah, it's feeling like they see your good qualities, but they're keeping their distance. If I were to like sum up the reading, that's what it feels like to me. Okay, Ray, I'm ready for you. SB, thank you. I'll add you to the list. Okay, Ray, I got it. Yeah, as I had mentioned before, there could be like a level of distrust because they potentially didn't know you like that, you know? Um, but I can only say like the energies that I'm picking up specifically, and that's what I was getting. So what is your follow-up question? Did you just want me to pull more cards? You've been around for years. They just started acting weird when they realized you knew a mutual friend of theirs they'd really talked to. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, let's continue. So it's interesting that you say they started acting weird once they realized you knew a mutual friend of theirs. Because remember, I said that they didn't know if they could trust you. And I'm wondering if it's because that mutual friend might know information about them and wondering if it was shared with you. And that makes them kind of keep their distance. You know what I mean? Not saying that any information was divulged or anything like that. You probably don't know anything, but the mutual friends that you have, there's potential that either they're judging you based on this friend, or maybe this friend knows something about them and they're wondering if they've provided you with this intel on them. Like, I'm not exactly sure specifically, but I do have the King of Air, which talks about information and knowledge that you have obtained, and or like the fear of the knowledge that you have obtained. Okay. There's also that trust thing there, that you're mentioning, as he's in a relationship and you didn't know, and they knew you didn't know. Oh, gotcha. There could also just be like this level of awkwardness, though. You know what I mean? Their relationships, their connections that you have made between them, but none of them are actually relevant anymore. And so they think to themselves it's not needed to maintain a connection with you. So they're kind of, like I said, bottom line in the last reading, it was like, they see your value, but they're keeping their distance. Like, it could generally just boil down to just awkwardness, irrelevant need to maintain contact, things like that. Four of air, again, just continued theme of keeping their distance. Four of air kind of talks about how you're retreating, you're kind of just keeping to yourself. Eight of water talks about abandoning, moving on, moving forward, walking away. I mean, I feel like they look at you as, like, well, you have a lot of fire. I'm not going to lie. Maybe, possibly, to some extent, they could feel, again, this is their perception. I don't want you to, like, what am I trying to say? I don't want you to think that this is how you are or anything like that, but they may feel that they perceive you to redirect attention to yourself. Fire is like very inspired, very passionate. Maybe the way that you look, if you're like conventionally attractive, I'm not sure. But maybe like you pull the attention or the eyes of people, and maybe you don't realize it. Maybe one of the people in this, A or J, maybe one of these people could potentially feel like a sense of jealousy. There's a lot of fire here, a lot of passion. So I feel like it's like they don't not like you. I feel like there's this sense of like wanting to be civil, wanting to be, kind, but not necessarily seeing the relevance in maintaining a relationship with you or maintaining contact with you. Could potentially feel like you stirred up some trouble, even if you didn't intend to. And maybe they just think to themselves, like, it's not necessary to continue this connection. I mean, honestly, it seems kind of like they feel indifferent about you, if that makes sense. Like, they see that you don't mean harm. They see that, you're well-meaning, but things have happened, and I think at this point it just seems like they view you as someone who just, y'all are phasing out of each other's life or something like that. Well, I have the wands, right? I have Emperor, Knight of Wands, King of Wands, Ace of Wands. So you did mention that you were talking to someone who was in a relationship. And even though you didn't know, that could potentially be something that caused trouble. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Ray. there's only so much information I can pull from the tarot, you know. I'm trying to infer, what these potential meanings could be, and I'm not accusing either way or anything like that. I'm trying to get as much detail as I possibly can. You're more than welcome to like look up the meaning if you want. I will post in the chat really quickly what cards I got, and it's possible that you might find little postcards, maybe some more information by looking up the meanings of these cards like online and see if maybe there's other information you can get. But the way that I read is just trying to pull as much details, looking at the cards together as well as individually, intuiting the information that you're providing, and also intuiting, through claircognizance and things like that. But bottom line, what I'm picking up is that there's no harsh feelings for you either way. I think they think you're a well-meaning person. They see your value. I think that they're indifferent about their feelings. I think it's just they're like, this isn't a connection that I need to maintain or keep around necessarily. And I think that it's possible that either this friendship or whatever you would consider is going on between you and this couple is slowly phasing out. Okay, so those are the cards that I pulled for you. Definitely feel free to look those up. A quick way to do that is if you just copy and paste that into Chat GPT, they'll pull definitions for you that might help. But that's like, I don't know if you're going to really get much information different than what I provided, but you might. It might be worth it to you to see if there's any other insight you can get from searching those cards up. All right. Really quickly, let me post an updated list just so everyone knows where they are. All right, I'm back. Thanks for letting me take a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and get situated here now so we can get started. Avantika, you'll have to wait until after donations, but I'll go ahead and add you to the list. Just make sure you're here when I call your name, okay? I have your question. Avantika, just make sure you're here when I call your name. Thank you, Fashion, for checking in and helping answering questions while I was gone. Miss Rack, we called on you a long time ago, but we can add you back into rotation. Go ahead and post your yes, no question and make sure that you're here when I call on you to have your question answered. Okay, so fashion destination. I have the Messenger of Air, which translates to the Knight of Swords, the Ten of Air, Ten of Swords, the Ace of Water, which is Ace of Cups, Hanged Man, and the Page of Earth, which is the Page of Pentacles. So what this reading is giving to me, well, first of all, I asked if he was still interested and I got the Seven of Swords. So that's talking about, you said you understand tarot. So Excuse me while I explain what you already know, but that's just how I read. So, Seven of Swords is like where someone is masking their thoughts or masking their feelings. He's going about every single day as if he's fine, when deep down he's really not fine. I think that he still is interested in you. And I think he's acting like he's not. I think he's every day he's going on like, oh, it's fine. But I don't think that he is deep down. The center of your reading is the Ace of Water and the Two of Cups. So it's like there's still this like longing within him to explore this connection further. It's almost giving like unfinished business. Like there's still more to resolve here. There's still more to explore. I feel like he thinks that the relationship is over though. Big in part due to the fact that he doesn't think that you would be open to him. He thinks he's probably lost his chance or missed his opportunity. Maybe he feels like, he is at fault or he screwed up. I'm not sure. But regardless, he feels like the time has passed. Okay, got you. Now, I feel with the Hanged Man, it's basically saying that he has not been able to move on from this. The Hanged Man talks about things being on hold or putting things on hold or like on pause, right? So what this tells me is that he's still kind of stuck where you guys left off. He hasn't really moved on from that place. He's still kind of stuck there. His feelings, his thoughts, his mentality, all of that. And I do feel, seeing the Knights and the Pages, that he feels like there was a lack of maturity on his part. Now, I don't know if this is a conscious thought. I don't know if he would necessarily blame himself outright for his immaturity, but I think there's an aspect of himself that picks up on the fact that he did not handle things properly, or there's some regret here. He felt like maybe when you guys were in contact, he had more confidence to take action, and he felt like he was a little bit inexperienced or unable to give to you in that way. So that is what I've got for you, Fashion. Let me know if there's any questions you have in regards to this that I mentioned, anything that can clarify for you. Good, I'm glad. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Two of Cups. Two of Cups were clarifying the Ace of Cups. You're welcome. Thanks for your patience tonight. I appreciate you. I've been on here for almost 5 hours now, so I needed to take a quick break. Good, Fashion. I'm happy to hear that I could provide you some peace moving forward. Or peace of mind, I should say. SB, yes, we can do 4 minis for you. Thank you, Rising. I know, I feel like I'm knocking it out, but like I feel like I've had not much time in between readings. I've just been boom, 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 go, go, go. But I've been on here a lot longer. Like for the amount of readings that I did, I feel like I should have been done already. Like I should have been fully caught up with my list. So time is moving a lot faster but I feel like I'm doing more work, if that makes sense. So I'm just like, I don't know what's going on today. It's weird. It's a weird day. Hi, Nikita. Welcome in. Eliana, oh my gosh, hi, how are you? Yes, donations are still open. There's only one donation ahead of you, Eliana, if you choose to donate. I do have a couple people waiting on a free yes no new sub, but that won't take very long. Yeah. You're good. Thank you for checking. I've been super busy today. I feel really blessed, but I've been so busy. I've been having to put on the list, like I've been having to schedule myself breaks, like 5-minute breaks. But yeah, donations are open. We're pretty caught up on the list. I don't foresee you guys waiting a super long time if you want to donate. I have one person right now. I'm doing a couple minis for her. SB, is this a new person? Alina, I think you've been here before. I'm pretty sure. My free list closed though for people who have been here before. I've been keeping an eye on my subs. Alina, let me know. Have you been here before? Your name looks familiar for some reason. Oh, not today, not today. Yeah, so my free list for those who have been here before is closed. Unless you're a new subscriber to me today, I'm not able to do any more readings for the free list just because I've been here for almost 5 hours and it's been I'm trying to conserve my energy here. But thank you for stopping by and supporting the channel. Yes, SB, I know you're dating and meeting new people. So far I really like this guy. I'm wondering, is he a good conversationalist? I don't know why I feel inclined to ask that question. Is he a good conversationalist? Eliana, that sounds great. Thank you for that. Okay, BOGO, got you, girl. I'll add you in. I'll add you into the chat here in just a few minutes. Okay, Eliana, that sounds good. $5 years? Did I say 5 years? I meant 5 hours. Eliana, I got you. You don't want any boho chic. You just want a BOGO. I got you. He seems introverted. Okay, because I was wondering about that. Only because the deck, I find, like, if I struggle with cards popping out of the deck, it usually can indicate that someone keeps their thoughts or their feelings close to themselves. So I was like, I feel like the energy of the deck kind of takes on the energy of the person I'm reading for, in a way. And I got all 4 cards, but I was trying to get the last card pulled, and the deck kept, like, either like a million cards would fly out, or like they'd fall on the floor, half the deck would slip out of my hand, and I was like, why can't I get this last card? And I was wondering if maybe, also because the Knight of Swords is in reverse here, so it made me think, like, maybe this person doesn't really have a lot of, like, restlessness, mental restlessness, maybe not really good at, like, the conversation. So introvert definitely makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're good, SB. But what I will say is, just because he's introverted doesn't mean he's not a quality person. I feel like we like Kenneth. I feel like there's a lot of depth to him that he does not show right away. But I feel like he has a well for love that runs very, very deep. I feel like he's a loyal person. I feel like he is emotionally intelligent. I'd even go as far as to say emotionally available. I feel like he he wears his heart on his sleeve, but he doesn't tell you that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's I feel like he's kind of like a hopeless romantic in a way, where he has a lot of hope for finding his person and finding his partner. And I think that he very easily likes to give in to certain people that he hits it off with. I don't know if he gets very far with that. I don't think he has, but I do feel like I don't know, there's just depth to him. You just got to really get in there. You know what I mean? You got to get to know the guy. I feel like with the Messenger of Air in reverse and the Seven of Water in reverse, it makes me feel like it's easy for him to know what he wants. Like, I think that for him, he could take things slow, but I think generally he knows if he likes the direction he's heading or not. I think he trusts his gut and trusts his intuition. And if he's ready for something, he says, okay. If he's not ready for something, he says, hold up. Like, he's very complex, but I think that he knows what he wants. I think that if he likes you, he knows it. And I think that if he's unsure, then he knows that. I don't think he's the type of person to let himself get super confused. Messenger of air and seven of water both being in reverse makes me feel like he's not restless. He's not like confused. He's not, I think he's just very, very clear on what it is he wants, what it is he's looking for. He likes what he likes and he doesn't like what he doesn't like. I feel like he's definitely a romantic. We have all water here except for the Knight of Swords. We also have the Messenger of Water. So this is like a charming person. He said, good for him. He's not tainted, at least hasn't given up. Yeah, exactly. Knight of Cups is like a guy who is very open to exploring and finding his love, finding the love of his life. He is a romantic at heart. He believes in partnerships. He believes in being stronger together as a pair, as a unit, versus being on his own. I think he really likes companionship and the feeling of companionship. I think he likes going on dates. And I don't mean like he likes dating a bunch of different people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he likes going on dates. Even if you were in a relationship with him, I feel like he'd want to date you. You know, like I feel like he likes to explore things, and it doesn't have to be anything grand. It could be a picnic in the park. It doesn't have to be like this big bougie thing, but he likes intentional company. He likes intentional dates. He likes when thought is put into things to help kind of keep the romance going, if you will. And Two of Cups indicates that I think that with you, he feels like he's kind of dipped his toe in the water for what it is he's looking for. I feel like with you, he sees a spark. He feels like, I think he wants to go out with you. I think he wants to see where this could go, because like I said, he's very much like yes, no, black, white. I know, I don't know, I want, I don't want. And so with you, I feel like you've made an impression on him enough to where he's saying, there's potential here, I want to see where it goes. Yeah, he feels very clear-minded. Oh yeah, that is really nice. Does he do what you do? Oh, a doctor. Very cool. Okay, SB, what's your next question? And feel free, if you want to drop them in the chat like one by one, I'm cool with that. Or if you want to drop them all at the same time, that works too. Eliana, I did. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. I got disconnected. I didn't know that people got weird. Oh my god. Now that makes me wonder if I should be going to other people's channels under my name. Oh my gosh. I don't spend enough time in the rooms, I guess. I think, and I'm just speaking for me personally, SB, I'm shuffling for you now. For me personally, like after streaming, I'm just so, I wouldn't say I'm like depleted, but I'll say I'm just tired. And, you know, I used to spend a lot of time in other people's rooms and in the chat and stuff, especially when I was first starting off, because I wanted to like see what other people were doing, but also like get some footing on how the type of reader I wanted to be. And also it was nice and entertaining, especially like while I was learning tarot, to see like what other people did. But I think now when I'm clocked out, when I'm signed off, I just want to be, you know, present in my home or doing whatever else. But that's interesting. Damn, y'all are gonna have to send me some screenshots. I need to see what's going on. Yeah, I feel you. I'm the same way. Oh, awesome. Give me the tea. Please. All right, SB. So I will say that if you both are interested, there's potential here for a committed relationship. I have 4 of fire. So this talks about unions, setting foundations, becoming committed in a serious way. I do feel like there are indicators here of jealousy or competition. So just keep in mind, what I'm picking up from him is that he's very loyal. But the thing is he's not wishy-washy. He knows what it is that he wants. At least it seems he knows what he wants. And so if you, as long as you also are clear on what you want, he could be all in with you. I feel as though if you've got other people around, if he doesn't know his place in your life or understand what he means to you, then it can be hard for him to go there, if that makes sense. Naija, yes, I am still taking donations. So I think SB, he's cool dating you, he's cool dating other people, he's cool if you date other people. But I think that once you know if this is someone you want to be with, and once he knows that too, he has to feel very confident in your faithfulness, that he's not having to worry about other guys being around or your affections being placed in other people. I feel like he really could go all in, if that makes sense. So just keep in mind these indicators could potentially be harmful for your relationship because he can be jealous. I'm not saying he's controlling jealousy. I'm saying he is, what is the word? He's anxious detached. You know how like there's anxious attachment and anxious detachment? I'm saying you could lose his affection if you play games. Like I'm not saying he's going to be controlling and say to you like, you can't talk to these other people, da da da. He'll go, you're talking to these other people? I see you. Okay, bye. Like he'll walk, he'll leave. He has this loyalty that he expects that if he gives it, he gets it in return. Not that you're going to do anything, not that you're going to like hurt him in any way. I'm just throwing out there like the scenarios, because while I see this full potential of him wanting to commit to you and wanting you to commit to him, there are indicators here that I have to throw out there that he could potentially like wipe his hands of this if he feels like boundaries, good, keeping you on your toes. If he feels like things are being threatened, then I think he'll bow out, right? I think he'll say, okay, you do your thing, have a good life. So he needs to feel like he's the only one that has your attention. Now, I don't think he expects this before he's earned it, but once you guys are committed or exclusive and you say, hey, we are boyfriend, girlfriend, we are in a relationship, then he expects you to be faithful, be loyal, be trustworthy. I really don't think that I think it's very hard to gain his trust back once you lose it. Yeah, I've been here for almost 5 hours. Okay, let's see. You know me, I try to date when I talk to others because I know it's an almost red flag. I don't fully trust yet, but if someone has green flags and I like them, then I'm all for it. That's good. Naisha, no, I have not eaten dinner, but I'm sure I will soon. I just had a yogurt. That should tie me over for a little bit. That's really convenient, SB. I think what I'm going to do for dinner is something simple, like a sandwich. But I think I'm going to like fully load it up, you know, like I'm going to do avocado, ham and turkey, cheese, lettuce, onion. I got this sourdough bread. Just put like a bunch of good tasting stuff on there. And probably make like a little taco dip on the side. Something pretty quick and easy. I plan on tomorrow, hopefully. I've got a bunch of vegetables in my fridge that need to be desperately cooked up. So I'll probably roast those before they go bad. And do like some rice and chicken or something along those lines. Depends on how busy I am tomorrow. Hey, IJ. Welcome in. I actually love that because a lot of people come in and say like, it's a chill vibe, it's nice, it's relaxing, and that's what I try to invoke in my channel or inspire. So that makes me feel good that that's translating. Thank you for subscribing. Aw, thanks, Eliana. You're so sweet. So I take it you guys know each other. SB, I'm shuffling for you now. Naisha, no way. I didn't realize. Wait a second. Did I know that? You're so sweet, guys. Oh my god. Yeah, are you talking about clairvoyant? Oh, that's so funny. I actually talk to her all the time. I'm gonna have to remind her. She, every once in a while, she'll just let me know she's probably gonna start her channel back up. And then, I don't know. She like changes her mind, I guess. She's a busy mama. Wow, how sweet. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to tell her. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you guys. You're so sweet. Yeah, she's super busy. I want her to get back into it though. She's really good at what she does. She's been reading longer than I have too. She was at my wedding. I can't remember if I got any pictures with her, but she helped me with my like sound and stuff for the ceremony, and she helped me set up. She did so much that day, but she ended up leaving early because she had to go back home, and she lives in a different state. But yeah, she comes and visits us quite a bit. My husband and her daughters are pretty close too. They have like the same sense of humor. They're really silly. Okay. So SB. Wow. So you are inspiring him to want to be chivalrous, want to be like the kind of person that opens the car doors and brings you flowers. Like you are inspiring this like romantic desire within him to just really make you feel cared for. And that, I think, to him says a lot because you're making that impression, you're making that impact on him. And he's saying that you're very charming and that you are insightful. He feels like what you say makes him think. Have you been on dates with him before? IJ, if you want to ask a yes no question, feel free to do that. I'm doing that for new subs. So if you're interested, just drop your question in the chat. I'm getting to them in between donations. Okay, so you said on one. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I feel like I don't know why I just was curious. I just like wanted to ask that question because I feel like there's something about you that felt very unique, and I'm almost getting that because you guys have had these interactions before that he's noticing unique qualities about you. Oh, IJ, I was saying that since you're a new sub to me, as a thank you, if you would like to ask a yes or no question, feel free to do that. SB, something else. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm understanding a little bit better because I was like, Spirit, please give me some more clarification. So he's saying your uniqueness is specifically attributed to how refreshing you are. He's saying that you aren't bound by conventionality. You are traditional in the sense of what you want and desire, but you're very open-minded. Your personality is warm and accepting and inviting, and he finds this very refreshing. Because of this, he's noticing your unique qualities because he's saying, it's been a while, or if ever, since I've witnessed someone so much like her, that she's just very different from a lot of people. I feel like you're bubbly, you're positive. I feel like I'm picturing like lots of smiling or laughing. I'm specifically hearing the word giggle. I know it's silly, but I almost feel like there's just been this interaction with you in person. That's why I wanted to ask, if you guys have been together, because I feel like he's getting impressions off of you that can only be received by in-person interaction. I feel like he looks at you as someone who's very liberated, and you inspire other people to do the same. That he finds your accomplishments, the things that you have done in life so far, is very impressive. So yeah, you've impressed him. That he feels like there's not a lot of people who have done what you have done or seen what you have seen. And so maybe by the whole open-minded thing, he could be kind of touching on the fact that you're well-rounded or well-cultured, or well-versed in other cultures or other things. Like, he's looking at you as someone who's just non-judgmental, very sweet, very happy. Let's see. And I think there is some aspect of you that he feels like, okay, wow, this is kind of cliche, but this is the exact turn of phrase that I just heard, closer to God. So he feels like when he is around you, he is closer to the ether. He's closer to a higher presence, to I don't know. I don't know, SB, if you feel that you are well connected to the spiritual world. I don't know if you're just very like a very devoted person. If you have strong beliefs or what it is, but it's almost like a draw to you. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. He's saying you're like angelic. That's what I'm getting. You're angelic. So I guess that's what he means by closer to God, because it's like you're an angel, I guess. He just views your energy, like your aura. Just I don't know if he'd put it in these words, but I'm picking up and translating it as like he very much likes being in your energy. He feels like your high vibe. He leaves feeling energized after hanging out with you. Yeah, it's something like that. So that is what I've got for you for that question. Let's take a look at the last question here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and add IJ to the free list, and if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't have to. Let me update this list real quick. Aw, yeah, he seems really sweet. All right. We are going to do last call for donations, guys, because I still have a couple to get through, and I'm slowly winding down. I think my voice is just a little bleh. Hi, Jay, you're good. You're good. Anita, I can add you to the free list. Just bear with me because I'm still getting through donations, okay? He's a Taurus, you're a Virgo. Oh, that's right, SB. I think you and I have talked about that before, because I'm a Taurus moon as well. I'm actually Aries rising, Taurus moon, Gemini sun. So my big three are the first three signs of the zodiac. And I just find that really interesting because I'm very much like a leader and very much have that dynamic of like paving my own way. So considering that like my big three are the first three signs, it just doesn't surprise me. Hi Jay, you're so nice. Thanks for the donation. All right. Well, with that last donation, I'm going to go ahead and close the list. SB, I'm all shuffled for your last question. I'm just closing the list really quickly. SB, my chart is incredibly balanced. Yes. My ascendant in the first house of Aries. That means that I have all natural placements. All right, Rhett's intentions with SB. Okay, SB, I don't think this is a bad connection at all. I feel like this is the type of person that likes to take things slow in certain aspects and then maybe just let their passions take over. I feel like this person likes to be spontaneous, which is not a bad thing at all. It doesn't mean that they can't be a committed person and also do spontaneous things with you. But I do feel like he might be a little bit shy to pull the trigger right away. I think for him, it's not necessarily confusion. I want to throw that out there. But I think that he's more like, I'll know it when I see it. I feel like he's the type of person that will, when he feels it, that's when he feels it. I don't think that he has that instant gut understanding or clarity that the other person we were talking about has. I feel like he does try to follow his intuition, but he doesn't always know right away. So this isn't a bad person per se. I feel like he wants to continue to communicate with you, continue to date you. We have the messenger of water, which is the Knight of Cups. So that talks about wanting to date, wanting to talk to you, wanting to get to know you, wanting to put on the charisma, the charm, wanting to impress you. I feel like a lot of that is there. We do have Temperance as well, so he tries really hard to control his temptation. And this also is the card of Patience, so not necessarily here to jump into things. I'm not saying you can't have a committed relationship with this person, but I'm saying you might get further faster with Kenneth, I believe was his name. I think this one's going to be like a tougher nut to crack. It's going to take some more getting to know them before they have a decision. I feel like he's curious about you. He's interested in you. And I definitely feel like there is an attraction for you here. We have the Ace of Fire. And I think with the Chariot too, this does indicate that he does feel a sense of direction with you, and that he does have the capability of being devoted. I think that there's more potential for him to want to explore other people before making a decision, before, getting serious. I think that it would require him to sow more oats, meet more people before he knew for sure. He likes to make decisions just based on gut instincts. When I know, I feel. Getting to know someone on a deeper level. And then the second that he has that aha moment, then he goes with it, which sometimes can take some time, if that makes sense. So his intentions overall, I would say, is to continue to date you, continue to get to know you. There is a sense of direction here. There is an attraction and an interest. But I think that he will ultimately want to take things slower, and potentially he would not be ready for maybe a committed relationship, what you're looking for, as quickly as someone else would be. So it might take more time with this person. But I feel like if you're more attracted to this person, or if you have a better time with this person, you enjoy this person's company more, then I think there is still a potential outcome for you guys to be in a relationship. It just, again, will take longer to get there. But because I keep saying the same thing over and over, I do feel like that message is complete. So that is what I have for you, SB. You're welcome, SB. Thank you for your donations tonight. All right, I am calling on Avantika and Anita and Miss Rack. If you are here, you're new subs to me today, and I said I'd give you a free reading so long as you stick around. I type fast. Yeah, I think I'm like 70 or 80 words per minute. I'm very fast typer. Can you guys hear the keyboard? Is that why you said that? Eliana, perfect. Let me save your questions. Avantika, Anita, and Miss Rack, last call, or you're going to have to come back another day for a reading. That's hilarious. Actually, I'm really grateful because I remember being in middle school, I want to say. And I remember having to choose an elective, and you get like a bunch of electives to choose from. And my mom was like, you get 2 electives. I don't care which ones you choose, but one of the 2 needs to be keyboarding class. And I was like, oh, Mom, that's so annoying. I was like, I don't want to take keyboarding. And she was like, you will, because she was like, that is the future, and you need to know how to type without looking at the keyboard. I was like, all right, fine. And then I chose my other elective, whatever it was. And literally since that day, probably since I was like 10 or 11 years old, I have known how to type on a keyboard without looking at the keys. And a lot of my jobs have required quick typing, and I've just been really grateful that my mom forced me to do that, even though that's not what I wanted. Yeah, see, mothers know best in most occasions. All right, guys. I don't think that they checked in, so no free list. We are done. All lists closed. We have 3 more donations to do, and then I'll be signing off. I know, Naija. I just wish we were smart enough when we were younger to listen to them. You know? My mom was good, though. That's like one of the things I really appreciate about her, is that she let me make my own mistakes. Her opinions were heavy-handed, I will say, but she never, she let me figure it out. She let me figure it out myself. I got a lot of warnings and a lot of opinions, but ultimately she knew that this was a lesson for me and not her. Okay, so Eliana, let's go ahead and throw your question on the screen. She'd be there for the fall. Aww. Yes, I definitely can agree with that for sure. Similar parenting styles. Avantika, I'm so sorry, girl. That's why I say you gotta be here. I know that it's a lot, but Avantika, what I will recommend to you is to come in early. So at the beginning of every live stream that I do, the first 15 minutes, I offer free reads, and they're answered quickly. They're answered within that 15 minutes. You're not waiting long at all. So every time I go live, try to get here as early as possible before the free list closed, and you will really not have to wait that long at all. That's my recommendation for you, but go back to sleep. Sweet dreams. Sorry you missed it, but definitely come back another time because you'll get another opportunity. Okay. Yeah, IJ, that's nice. Nothing like counting down the minutes from getting off of work. So, Eliana, I am seeing here that the trend has been you are getting business. You know, it's not like flopping or anything like that. But I am feeling like you're desiring to kick it up a notch. And So, Eliana, I guess the question is, how much more sacrifice are you willing to put into this? And I'm talking like back end office, front end production, like, because I know and I've seen, I mean, I'm not saying I know, but I'm saying like I've witnessed, you know, you really getting your channel going, making videos, posting sales, things like that. But have you considered doing like UGC style videos, like where you're trying it on and your face is on camera, and maybe more like aesthetically pleasing videos, and then ASMR videos, maybe where they can hear the lip gloss? And again, I'm just like throwing like different things out there, but potentially, are you willing to put more into marketing in that way? Or do you feel like what you're giving to the business is like the most that you can do right now? What do you think? Because I have the Hanged Man here, and to me, this indicates seeing things from a new perspective or making adjustments, and potentially even making sacrifices to change the course of how things have been going for you. Okay, so keep with that, because I feel like that's a thumbs up from Spirit, that they're liking this idea and they want you to do more with that. I see a lot of inspiration coming to you divinely. I have the Page of Wands. So this is basically, how do you make yourself stand out? What are you doing with this divine inspiration and messages that are coming to you? You know, the Page of Wands marches to the beat of their own drum. They're different. They are unique. They are authentic to themselves, and that's what makes them different. Let's see. Four of Water is the center of the reading. So, you know, four of Water to me, Four of Cups is like not necessarily disappointment or dissatisfaction, but kind of like meh, you know, meh, it is what it is. Like, and I feel like that's like the underlying energy here is like, you think to yourself, am I missing an opportunity? Is there something more that I could be doing? Could I potentially have like more success if I work in this area or do this thing? Because right now it's just kind of like, you know, like it could be so much better. And I have the Empress here in your reading. So this makes me really happy, especially because, you said I have 2 guy friends that help me with footage. Love that. The Empress here is a flourishing business. The Empress in your reading is saying, sky's the limit. There's no glass ceiling for you. You have so much potential here. Even at some point, you can get investors with this. And you can, that way you have like the money for marketing that reaches even a grander audience. You know, PR, what is it called? PR partnerships, things like that, where like the sky's the limit. There's so much more that can happen with this business. You know, like a warehouse, literally having people work for you is the potential here. The Empress is like so much growth, so much progress. You know, I just feel like maybe dive in a little bit deeper into what you feel guided to do, because I feel like those nudges are there for a reason. This makes sense because I've been bored with the routine of how I put out some of the last inventories. Definitely want to switch it up. Right. Wow. I know you know, Eliana, 4 of Cups means boredom. So that's interesting. All right. So ask me any other questions you have pertaining to this before I move on to your second question. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, perfect. Well, that means that I answered your question in full, so that makes me happy. Okay, so on to the next question. Hold on a second. My cat wants its ass beat. Get out. Go. Go find something to do. I don't know what it is about my cabinets, my kitchen cabinets, but my cats are like obsessed with them. And I'm like, you know, if you go in those cabinets, I'm going to have to wash every single thing that is in there. They jump in on the counters all day, and they know that is a huge no-no. I've never allowed that. I don't know what the fuck has gotten into them today. And it's like, if I don't nip it in the butt now, then they'll just keep doing it. They'll think it's okay. They do it right in front of my face. So, I can't with them. I literally feel like I have 2 toddlers, and I've had 2 toddlers for 3.5 years now. I can't ever leave them on their own. They're constantly getting into stuff, getting into trouble. Last night, we fell asleep on the couch. They got into one of the cabinets that literally leads to behind the stove, behind the drywall. So in order to get to them, I have to pull the entire stove out from against the wall to reach into there and grab them out. So we're constantly having to lure them out with other things. And unfortunately, the way my cabinets are set up, I can only put child locks on certain ones. So then we're constantly having to block certain cabinets from them getting into them. Somehow they still find a way. It is seriously so annoying. Like, we can't let them get into... One of my cats, every single day we have like all the doors shut in the house because we know they're going to get into something. So, you know, they have their own room. They have access to that, the access to the rest of the house. But my cat will literally every single day go to each door that's shut just to make sure that it's not accidentally left open and they can go in there and get into stuff. I have a video where I left the bathroom door open. 15 seconds later, my cat was trying to get into the cabinet. And I'm like, anyway, sorry for my little rant, but I'm like, you know, it's crazy. It's so crazy. And everyone's like, oh, when they're older, when they're an adult cat, they'll be better. They won't get into stuff. And we're at almost 4 years old. Like, I don't think they're ever going to change. Jesus. That's one thing they leave alone, thank God. But they get in these like hyper fixated states. So like this week it's jumping on the counters. They're obsessed with it. Like next week they're gonna be crazy about like the entertainment center. One of my cats already broke my blinds because he thought that he was big and bad and wanted to get the cat that was outside. Fell through my blinds, hanging in my blinds, my cat. Face through the blinds, paws through the blinds, feet hanging down. And Brendan and I just looked over like, what in the actual fuck? Like, I just can't. It's so much. I literally feel like I have children. I feel like I have. Anyways, Eliana, I'm shuffling for you now. But yeah, I feel like I have 2 toddlers just running around. It's nuts, man. And the crazy part is they know better. They know it. All they have to do is look me in the eye, and I look at them and they stop doing whatever they're doing. Or if they're on the counter, they jump down. They'll run all the way to their room and put themselves in timeout because they know they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. It's like, if all I have to do is look at you and you immediately, it's like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You do it anyway. God. Anyway, sorry, that was my little venting sesh. They definitely know better. All right, let's knock this crazy energy out of the deck here. Eliana for February love. So this month, thank you guys for letting me vent to you. I'm reading for February. Reading for February. Eliana, remind me what your sign is. But I've got Leo, Aries, Sag energy here. Heavy Leo, Aries, Sag. I see like, okay, I definitely feel like you have a secret admirer, Eliana. Need that laugh. Oh, you're Sag. Okay. You have, God, it's such strong Aries, Leo, Sag. Okay, guys, get this. I have Strength, Leo. I have King of Fire, Aries. Emperor, Aries. Messenger of Fire, Sag. That's craziness. I feel like you have a secret admirer. And I feel like that because the only other card in this reading outside of this fire energy is the Four of Air. And this is someone who's kind of taking a back seat. They're in more so like an observation mode or like a retreating mode. Yeah, Leo's like the main thing I was seeing because I saw Strength first. But I'm not going to like knock out these other contenders. I do feel though that you have someone around you who's kind of being observant, who is taken by you, who is admiring you. I wouldn't necessarily say they're not like, I don't know. I'm getting like there's compliments here, but it's kind of like a subtle compliment, one where maybe it's not completely outright in your face. But I definitely feel like you got someone who is interested. I don't think that they're making any moves right now because, like I said, Four of Air, they're in like this observation mode, but there is an attraction for you here pretty strongly. Okay, I don't know why, but the song by Rent is coming through. The song that's like, Will You Light My Candle? It's like a very like romantic, passionate kind of sexual song. But it's a Broadway song from Rent. But I'm specifically hearing like, if I gave it to you, would you reciprocate? Like, I feel like this person is wanting to know, like, would you be open? Would you be interested? Would you? IJ says he's rich. Wait. What do you mean? IJ, my future husband, is watching? Oh, damn. Yeah, I mean, King of Fire is very leadership, even entrepreneurial at heart. I feel like this is king energy. King and Emperor, this is like husband material, to be completely honest. The Lion. Let's see. So he's definitely giving off this essence of fire energy, which is making me feel like he is a fire sign, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. I'm just picking up a lot of it. You and LJ manifest about a rich husband. Love a leader. Yes. So much lion energy here. It's crazy. Who is this person? Who is this person? Wait, so what's this thing going on? Are you guys just messing around? You and IJ? Is this just like an inside joke I'm not a part of? Hey, Jazz. Yeah, Jazz, I would never turn you away, but I've been on here almost 6 hours and I still have a couple more people to read for, so I am going to have to decline. But I hope to see you again soon, though. All right, let's see. I definitely feel like this person could come from money, or no. He has money. He's a person of means. He doesn't come from it. He's earned it. That's what I'm getting. So, Eliana, I'm kind of getting that you already know who this person is. Like, you kind of are sensing things are like tingling a little bit. Like, I think you kind of have a spidey sense out on who this person is that could potentially be admiring you from afar, but it feels very unspoken. Like I said, it's subtle compliments. You're manifesting love, but you joke that it's a rich man. That's crazy because I'm specifically manifesting someone who's earned it. Oh my God, no, are you serious? I just realized what you said. Wait. Okay, so that's very interesting because when I said this is a person who comes from money, I felt like Spirit was like, no. He's earned it. He's a man of means, but it wasn't handed to him. Wow, that's crazy. That's an interesting specification. And I respect that, Eliana. I really do respect that. Jazz, that sounds good. I'm sorry, girl. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. But if not, you'll probably see me Wednesday. I'm not quite sure like what my days are looking like right now, just because some changes have been made recently and I just don't know day to day what my life is looking like. You can definitely expect to see me multiple times a week. Okay, let me send that back to you real quick. So you do have a Leo, but you're open to the best man coming in. That was so specific. That gave me chills. All right, Jazz, you should have your money back. I'm so sorry. Amen to that. No, everything I went through with Jay, I want someone completely opposite. Yeah, I completely understand that. So this Leo, there's a potential there, but I'm not necessarily thinking that is the best option. So, you know, Eliana, you can negotiate with the universe. You can say, this Leo was close enough, but not exactly what I was looking for. So I'm going to send back this order. You did good, but make these changes and then send someone else my way and I'll let you know if that's good or not. I've learned through manifestation techniques and things that I've learned is that you can ask for something, but you don't necessarily have to accept what they've given you because it might check off a few things on your list, but it doesn't check off everything and you can make negotiations. So being open to something outside of the Leo and not just settling on that is very intuitive. I think my cat is trying to get back into the cabinet. Hold on. Been dealing with him all day. When Brennan gets out of the shower, I'm leaving you up to your dad when he gets out of the shower. Mama's checking out. I'm done with this nonsense. Hey, Jazz. Yes, it's okay. I went ahead and sent you your money back. You should have that now. My cat's gonna drive me crazy. This is laughs of insanity here. What else can I pick up on for February? Ooh, I know what I want to ask. Let's end this reading with because you've got someone here for you this month. So I feel like this is someone who already is in your energy, someone who already has some admirations for you already. But I'm curious if this person's going to make a move this month. So let's finish this reading asking that question. I'm going to knock him out. That's what I'm going to do. And he literally runs to his room. He just runs in there. He puts himself in timeout because he knows it's... Anyways, moving on. Luna and the cat. They take turns too. That's the other thing. When one is doing nothing and being a perfect and complete angel, he's like, okay, I'm clocked out. You're in, clock in. So you can drive them crazy. And then that one, when they're finally settled down and wind down, then the other one wakes up from the nap and then starts getting into shit. They're always on. They just tag each other in. There's no break. Okay, Spirit, is this person going to be making moves this month? Please show me a yes or a no for Aliana. Is this person going to be making moves this month? Oh my God, I got a yes. 2 of Cups. 2 of Cups, girl. You might be working with working through your friends as well, because I have the Three of Pentacles. So we have work is a key word here. Friends is a key word here. Networking, maybe even social networking. Yeah, we also have the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. So I'm getting a yes, Two of Cups. And I feel like, yeah, some keywords are meeting you through your work or your business, or like, oh, I wonder if that's a hint as to who this person could be. We'll have to touch base on that later. But I feel like this person could be working through your friends or trying to get information from you through your friends or through social media to try to gain more intel or information about you. Awesome. Thank you, Eliana. Okay. Next up, we have Nyasia. Nyasia, if you're ready, feel free to post. And then after that, we have IJ. Scandalous. Eliana, I like really want to know who this person is. Have a good night. Sweet dreams. IJ, if you're ready for your reading, feel free to post your question. Let me know what we're doing for you. Have a good night. IJ, I got you. Oh, Nyasia, I just saw your question. You've been feeling lost. I'm like all sad about it. I got you. I'm like, I found you. You're not lost anymore. My job 2 weeks ago. I'm not used to having all this free time. You did. You really did. You really, really did. You know, Naisha, actually, Brennan quit his job on Friday, the one that he started after the wedding. There was a lot of drama there and a lot of like unprofessionalism that was happening that he kept having to like be a part of. And it was just, I don't know. They kind of made it seem like the impression they gave during the interview was just so much different. They slowly started to show their real colors over time, and he left. And that's part of the reasons why my schedule is so crazy this week, because we're trying to get our footing back in, and he's applying to jobs right now, but we're doing Instacart on the side, and sometimes we do it together. So sometimes by the time I get home from doing that all day, I'm too tired to stream. But it's nice that we have this to fall back on in the meantime. And he said he's going to do what you said and negotiate more pay, and just continue to keep like competing his previous job against new potential options. So we've taken you with us this week. We actually brought you up the other day about that too. I was like, follow her lead. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. I'll have to tell you more later, when I have more energy, but it was rough. Very unprofessional. For sure. Yeah, it's feeling like you hit a wall, so to speak. It's like maybe things are not unfolding necessarily the way that you would have wanted. I want to give you peace and say that typically when you feel really lost, when you start to feel lost, that's the only time you could be found. And it's so cliche, but typically when you feel the weakest, when you feel the most lost, when you feel even physically ill, that's usually when things start turning around for you. They actually say that a spiritual sign of big life changes or transformations is issues with mental health and physical illness. So if you have been getting sick a lot, just example, getting really sick, like I'm talking like repeatedly, like chronically sick, like a cold and a flu, then this and that. They say that it's your body trying to get used to and like getting prepared for being at a new vibration or a new state of being. And your body's trying, it's kind of like, morning sickness when people get pregnant, their body is trying to adjust. It's something like that. So it makes me wonder if like these feelings that you have of just like, where do I go from here? What do I do? I think that could be a big indicator that something huge is about to happen for you. And not only that, but I have the Six of Water. That's a great card indicating overcoming hardships and things, you moving into an easier time for yourself moving forward. We also talk about the Eight of Water, and that's kind of like, again, more positivity moving forward. And essentially these two cards together just indicate that the difficulties that you've had are in the past. And that's what I like. I like that the hardest part of your life, the hardest part of what you've been through is back there somewhere. And trying to understand the Queen of Earth in reverse. That's the part I'm not understanding. Let me pull a clarifying card here. There's the Queen of Earth in reverse. In reverse. Naija, you still have these plans, right? Like these things that you want to do, these passions that you have that you want to start. Those are still in your plans, right? Like a lot of love today because he has been getting into everything. So just give him all the attention you possibly can. I've straight up been ignoring him for the last 6 hours, and I think he's... all I've been doing is yelling at him all day, so just give him all the attention until he's sick of it. He's been acting out. Funding is your delay. Trying to figure out how to get money. Okay, so Naija, if you were to... God, that is so hard. That is such a hard... That is such a hard place to be in. Especially as a reader, because I feel like I can only help you on a spiritual level. I feel like you know more about what you're doing than I know, and you're having a hard time. I don't know how to make any suggestions with that. I feel like what you're looking for is some kind of inspiration. You're looking for some type of guidance on what to do and how to move. And the main thing that I'm understanding is you need to just give it up. Like, you need to relax. Try not to feel the need to control every little thing right this second. You say that you deserve it. You say you deserve a break. You haven't been working the last 2 weeks. But I feel like your mind is still going, like, what's next? What do I need to do? Like, what can I do? Where do I apply? And I understand, like, also right now, with the economy, everyone's situation is different, but I'm pretty sure we're all suffering a little bit financially. We're not doing as well as we could be. And I'm sure for you, you're thinking, like, this is not sustainable. What I'm doing right now is not sustainable. Like, I can't do nothing forever. But you're also not just enjoying the moment. How about dedicating 2 hours every day? Maybe just reconfigure your day. Maybe dedicate 2 solid hours a day to brainstorming, to making lists, to applying to jobs, XYZ, and then the rest of the time, be intentional with your relaxation. I've actually seen where a lot of inspiration can come from sleeping. They say if your head is too far in it, you can't see it. And maybe this is just the tower moment you need to take a step back. A lot of people say if you're having a hard time, you shouldn't study, for example, for hours and hours and hours on end. You need to get some air. You need to go out. You need to go on a walk. So maybe instead of feeling like your mind is going a mile a minute all day long, maybe just reconfigure it will help you. Just say, okay, I'm dedicating X amount of time per day for this, X amount of time of day for that. I can't sit here and worry 24/7 or I'm going to drive myself crazy. So say I'm allowing myself from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. to freak out and make lists and brainstorm and let things run through my mind and apply to jobs and do whatever. But the second that 2 o'clock hits, for example, I'm shutting my brain off. I'm going to allow myself to enjoy a good book, an episode of TV, a walk, some one-on-one time with my partner, because maybe that's what my job is right now, to try to inspire you to do, because again, I can only help you on a spiritual level. You have much more knowledge about your goals than I do. But what I can see right now is that you say, I need to relax, but then you're not, you know? And I will say inspiration strikes when you're not trying so hard. It'll just come really easily. It'll surprise you how it just like floods into your brain, you know? So maybe that's what I can offer you. Maybe that's what Spirit wants you to know or wants you to work on. Just get more intentional with your time and don't allow your mind to overthink, overcomplicate, overwork itself. Because like the thing is that the more we think about or what we think about, we bring about. And again, that's another cliche, but it's true. Because if your mind is constantly thinking about something, then that's the energy that you're putting yourself in every single day. So if every single day you're stressed out and worrying and like your mind is racing and you're in this like state of fight, your nervous system is shot and you're just putting yourself in that state all day, every day, and you don't get a second of relief, it almost puts you in that vibrational equal frequency of stress and frustration and concern, confusion. And I feel like when you're the vibrational match of whatever it is that you're emanating, then that's what you experience. So if you can get a little bit more organized with your day and a little more intentional, you give yourself that freedom to stress about things, but you say, at this time, I can't do that anymore. I need to allow myself to enjoy these other things too. Exactly. Yeah, so that is your reader perspective of spiritual advice. What is your second question? Yeah, I think that's the message. Oh, so Naija told me today that it was actually Brittany's channel that referred her to me. And I might have known that a long time ago, but I didn't realize that Naija actually found Brittany.
Oh, really?
And was a follower on her channel. And Brittany referred people to me, and Naija came over from there.
Oh, nice.
And I'm sure I knew that at one point, but I didn't know. So I was like, oh, I know. She said she quit her job too.
Nice.
He said nice. She hasn't been working the last couple of weeks, so she's like having a rough go at it right now. All right, let's see. She said, hi, B. Everyone's just quitting their jobs, and everyone's like, good job.
Yeah, fuck the man.
Fuck the man. Oh, Naija. All right, let's do 2 call-ins. I'll do 1 spread for social work, and I'll do 1 spread for nursing, and we will compare. Grateful for your savings. Yes. And that's the other thing, like, treat yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have savings. You've prepared for this. This is what savings are for, right? Am I wrong? No. Savings are for unexpected life changes or unexpected circumstances. So you prepare for that, and you should be able to enjoy it a little bit at least. What's 2, 3, 4 weeks or even longer out of your entire life? That's a blip. That's nice that your bills are fair. All right. One deck is shuffled. Let's shuffle the other deck. So you have enough savings to last you 6 months? Damn, girl. That's amazing. All right. Nyasia, I need you to coordinate these decks for me. Do you want the green deck for social work or for nursing? And do you want the star deck for social work or nursing? Just correlate them for me so I know what I'm doing for you. All right, green with social work and stars with nursing. Got you. I got it. What are you making, babe?
Chicken ball thing.
Oh. All right, please show me social work. Which is better? Social work. What path do we have here? Social work. Social work. All right, so just to throw out there, you have for social work, Queen of Pentacles, the Fool, 2 of Wands, 3 of Cups, and the Lovers. All right, so okay. For nursing, you have the Hermit, Ace of Pentacles, 6 of Cups, Queen of Wands, and the Sun. I am going to start with nursing because I'm getting like a lot of information from there and I don't want to forget. But they're saying number one, nursing feels more demanding. Now, I'm not sure if it's the profession they're talking about being more demanding or the schooling is more demanding than a social work school, but it's something here feels like it's more demanding of you, requiring more time alone and away from other people, not socializing as much. I do feel like this ends up putting more money in your pocket, more stability, long-term. Ace of Pentacles is here. and it might be easier to find work in this degree versus social work. But with a Six of Cups, it does make me feel like you're going backwards. Six of Cups talks about the past. It talks about like just essentially what we have and how we associate that with the past. And in this specific reading, it makes me feel like Spirit saying this isn't getting you closer to what you want. This is actually backpedaling. This would be a future path, but it's moving you away from what you ultimately are looking to do. And while it would prove fruitful, while it would give you confidence, it's another chip in, what is it called? A chip in your hat? What is it called? A pin in your hat? What is the expression when you like get something else? Brendan, do you know what I'm talking about? What is the expression like when you're able to pin in your hat? Chip, what is it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Feather?
Feather in your hat? No.
Feather in your cap?
Feather in your cap? I don't know. But basically it's just saying like it's another accomplishment that you can add to the arsenal, right? It's an expression. I can't think of it. But basically, and I think it would make you feel good. It's something to brag about, you know, like that is something to be proud of. Yeah, feather in one's cap. I think that's the expression. It means another achievement or accomplishment. And it would make you feel proud. It would make you feel good. Something tells me that there would be a part of this journey, if you made this decision, that would have to do with children. I have the Six of Cups and the Sun. These both are a nod towards children. So there might be some type of nursing that you do that has to do with children in some capacity. Maybe like labor and delivery, pediatrics, or like possibly like family physicians and things like that handle like all ages. But I do feel like there's some aspect here with nursing that if you took that route, there would be like children in that area. But anyways, so I'm glad this is resonating for you. It does offer more stability. It offers more financial like relief because it's giving you that financial stability. And also, like you said, it may be cheaper. A family practitioner, yes. Exactly. But I do feel like it's moving you further away from your goal. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that if you were, and maybe that's why I asked you in the last reading, like, is this still something you're wanting to do? Are you still working towards that? Because maybe that's a question Spirit wants you to ask yourself. You know, because if this is your ultimate goal, like if you would be happy being a nurse for the rest of your life, I think this would be a great life for you. If this is not the only achievement you want, then I think that it's important to recognize, is this the path you should go down? Now, as far as social work goes, I do feel you're more grounded here. Yeah, that's a no then for nursing. I want my degree to contribute to my goals. Makes sense. Okay. The Fool is here and she's playing a trumpet. This signifies like celebration, the start of something new. We have the Two of Fire. Now this does talk about decisions and preparation. So I feel like with this, social work is preparation for your long-term goals. This degree would be contributing towards your ultimate life purpose and plan. You have so many things you want to do. Three of Water is celebrations. Three of Water is networking, social connections. And then the Lovers feels like to me like kismet, like meant to be. It's fated. It's going to lead you to where you ultimately want to go. I actually am going to take a picture of this really quickly so I can show you this picture, because I feel like it's just really pretty. And this is the first card out. Let me see if I can get it without the... Oh, it's going to have the flash on it no matter what. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to do something. I wanted to show you one of these cards. But I don't have my camera on, so give me a second. What are you playing, hon?
It's kind of about Hellblade.
Oh. Oh, it's not gonna let me send it. But anyways, overall, I'll send it to you via email. Overall, it does make me feel like this is leading you more where you want to go. The thing is that it shows that this, obviously, I mean, but I want to reiterate that the message here is that this is just the start. This is just one contribution that can be made in effort to achieve your ultimate goal. I feel like this would very positively complement what it is you're trying to do. Okay, I just sent you an email. I just wanted to show you the card because it just looks, I don't know, it looks really powerful. Hopefully it sends. Good. You're welcome, Naisha. I'm so happy to see you and talk to you. Thank you for also your patience to get your reading done tonight. I also want to reiterate, I think you'd be really good as a nurse. I think you'd be really compassionate. I think that it's in some alternate universe, that might be a path that you take at some point. But I think here now, social work ultimately overall just makes more sense. Hey, IJ. You're welcome, Naisha. Absolutely. Good luck with that. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like my computer just doesn't want me to show you this card, but whatever. Thank you, Night Asia. Right back at ya. Good night. Okay. So we're here for IJ. Last but not least. Okay, we're gonna do an in-depth love spread. All right, so this is where we're gonna answer questions for you, like how Natalia feels about you, true intentions, tapping in a little bit to what you're wanting, what they're wanting. We talk about weaknesses and strengths, also the general energy around the relationship. Is there anything hidden? Because sometimes there's things that you're working on or they're working on that maybe you don't realize that the other person is also doing those things or feeling that way. So I like to ask that question just to see, is there anything that you don't know about? And then also, will the relationship be successful? All right, so let's take a look here. Oh, I'm excited you're excited. Let's see. Oh.
Updates is that.
Oh, yeah. All right, shuffling for you now. I basically just shuffle until I feel resistance in the deck. So this could take 10 seconds or it could take a minute. And by the way, IJ, just for future reference, if you ever donate and then you're like, I can't hang around, I will still do your reading as long as I know what you want. And then you can always come back when you have more free time or you're available to watch. I know a lot of people like to be present for their reading, which I encourage, but I'm not the type of reader that's going to make you wait hours and hours or however long. If you're busy, I'm busy, both of our time is important. So I know there's other people out there like, you have to be here to get your reading, and that's not me. All right, there we go. Yeah, of course. Okay, so IJ, this spread is giving the energy of you could be in a relationship with this person or you could not. I'm not getting like a clear read on if there's no contact or not. But what I will say is this feels like a disconnect of sorts. So the two interpretations I'm getting is that if you are not in communication, you are giving a lot more to this connection. Actually, both interpretations say that. But you might be giving more energetically to this connection than you feel like you're getting back. Or if you are in a relationship with this person, you might be looking for more substance. You might be looking for more effort or energy from them. It's leaving you feeling disconnected and questioning the relationship. Either way, I feel like you're wondering if this is something that is... where is this going? I don't necessarily feel you giving up on this connection, but I feel like you're questioning, like, where are we headed? And do I continue to try? Do I continue to put and nurture and give to this connection? So, for instance, how they feel about you. I feel like she looks at you as someone very caring, nurturing, emotionally available. You're showing up as the king of water to her. So you offer... I'm not saying you're not without fault or anything like that. I'm not saying she doesn't view you like any other way. But I think that the thing that hits her the most, the biggest impression that you have made on her, is that you have compassion, you have empathy. You might feel very comforting to her. You might be very generous with her. And she's looking at you as this very emotionally evolved, unique person. And as far as her true intentions, I have is the Tower. Again, you're very, like, another thing I wanted to mention too is she's looking at you like very loving, like someone who's very caring and very loving. And her intentions we have is the Tower. So that to me feels like a very unstable connection, whether you're in a relationship with her or whatever the status is. It doesn't feel like it's very grounded. It feels like it's very chaotic. Like there could be days where you don't know what you're walking into. You don't know how this person's going to act. It feels like everything's very like all over the place and very static. Like there's no grounding happening here. And maybe the only thing that is grounded possibly potentially is you. And the Tower can a lot of times be perceived as something bad. It's slow going. Okay, I got you. The question you did have before, but I also know she's been hurt before, so this is slow going. Makes sense. Now I was going to say the Tower is something that sometimes is perceived as really bad, but I always am the type of reader who likes to add like a sweet spin and see the positive in these cards as well, because the Tower is a part of life. It's something that's necessary, that needs to happen. And if you have already experienced the Tower, or if the Tower is on its way, there's a very positive spin to this chaos and instability, and that is that you can rebuild from here. You can rebuild the right way from here. So I feel like maybe for her intentions, it's possible that she's saying, I want to learn from what has happened in the past. I want to learn from, what wasn't working, and therefore maybe rebuild better or rebuild stronger, or something along those lines. The Tower also naturally comes with this feeling of enlightenment or epiphanies, having aha moments. So there could be some recognition in your value to her and like your contributions to her healing and to her journey, and there could be some appreciation there with that. I feel like what you're looking for is you definitely experienced the Tower. I feel like what you're looking for is the Ten of Water. Ten of Water is such a beautiful card. It indicates that you're looking for someone to be your partner to the end. The Ten of Cups, Ten of Water is joy, it's harmony, it's where everything is working synergistically together. You guys are on the same page. Nothing can go wrong. You're just ultimately happy and loving one another. And it's just a beautiful, healthy relationship. And I feel like that's what you're looking for. That's what you're wanting. I feel like for her, what she needs, and not that you're not giving this to her, but if you already have, she needs like continual or more of it, is reassurance. Six of Wands here talks about feeling the need to feel appreciated, feeling the need to have reassurance. She could have like anxious attachment or anxious detachment styles where if she doesn't have that encouragement, then she defaults to her natural anxious state, whatever that ends up being, whether she clings to you harder or she pushes you away. But the Six of Wands is what she's looking for right now more than anything, is encouragement, reassurance, acknowledgement, appreciation. Again, I obviously don't know the status of your relationship, but if you guys, for instance, well, no, I take that back, because I'm almost wondering if you're more ready than she is. That's what I'm kind of picking up. Because I was going to say sometimes with the Six of Wands, it's like the need for public recognition. So maybe that she's acknowledging here that you're looking for something more from her. So I'm getting this information that you won't commit to her until she's at a certain state that feels like now I'm starting to think that you guys are not in a relationship. Not in a committed relationship, at least not like official, because I feel like you're hesitant though. I feel like you offer so much comfort and support, but you, I think, are also not sure. I think that because of her instability, you also are a bit more cautious and a bit more hesitant. Like, it's very possible that she could want commitment from you, and you might even be like, I don't know, because I don't think you're ready. And again, that's just like a little note. This could be something that you think to yourself. You're needing her to catch up with you. That's the one thing that's ringing very true, is that you need her to get to where you are before either of you can make a big change like that, or like have a big commitment. And I'm not questioning like your feelings for her or second guessing that or anything like that. I'm just saying that it almost seems like you're just sitting here going, in order for this to move forward, she needs to catch up, right? She needs to get to where I am, because otherwise this can't work. Yeah, okay. I'm glad that I was correct in that, because I was like, maybe it felt like you guys could be in a potential relationship right now, because I can tell your feelings for her, but I'm glad I was right that you guys are not together, because I was like, now I'm starting to think you guys aren't. All right, so let's go on to the next card. What brings you together? And then we also have the King of Fire, what pulls you apart? So the Ace of Earth is what brings you guys together. I feel like there's so much potential for this relationship. There's so much left to explore. You guys haven't had the ability to really see things play out. And so a strength is that you're open. You're always open for the opportunity, for the offer. You're always open for each other, if that makes sense. You're always making yourself available to the possibility of this connection. And in turn, I feel like you guys don't really move on from each other. That is considered a strength. The fact that you're not open necessarily to other people, you're making sure that you're available for one another. And I do feel like her feelings for you are pretty strong. But again, as you know, I think that she's got some things to work through first. And as far as a weakness, we have the King of Fire. Let me get a clarifying card because I feel like I'm only getting a partial message here. It's like you guys both have the desire to ground this connection. Like you both want it. Okay, I'm hearing that the weakness is ego. So the King of Fire is a great card. It really is. Clarified with the Six of Wands, though, as a weakness, it makes me feel like either her ego, maybe yours, maybe a combination, something here is getting in the way. And ego, we need ego to be human and to have a human experience, but a lot of times it can give us doubt. A lot of times it can be like our fear, and we can allow those things to creep in and interrupt a perfectly sound or beautiful relationship. But for whatever reason, we allow that ego to come through and come in between us. So you can give her so much encouragement. You can give her so much support. And she can feel so good in that moment. And then an hour later, she suddenly is like allows her ego to get a hold of her. And then she questions whether or not you meant it, or if you still feel that way, or if things could have potentially changed in an hour. And so it feels like a lot of second guessing that happens here. Oh, wow. Really, really? Okay. Yeah, but Capricorn and Cancer go so well together, though. Don't you think? Now, the energy around the relationship is the Four of Earth. This is two interpretations. The first one is that you guys are more reserved. You like to observe, right? You like to kind of keep your cards close to chest. You don't like to show all your cards at once. You like to not really stick your neck out there, not big on risk. But I feel like you guys also have a very hard time letting each other go or walking away from this. Very much connected and very much attached to one another. Yeah, I agree. I think it can create a nice balance too. What's hidden? We have the Five of Air. I don't know. I feel like that's a no. I feel like there's not really anything hidden. I don't think there's anything that you don't necessarily know about. Let me get confirmation here. Because Five of Air just generally is a no card for me regardless. But I'm just going to confirm here. Is there anything hidden? No, I don't think there's anything hidden that you're not aware of. I will say that things you are aware of that could potentially be a problem is just feeling very conflicted. Five of Air talks about needing to constantly have the upper hand, feeling like you have to win at all costs, feeling like you're struggling internally whether or not this is something that you should continue with, or if it's something you should hold out for, someone you should wait for. And the Judgment card here clarifying that is that there could be conflict potentially from her, maybe even from you, where there needs to be some type of absolution. Like she needs, the Judgment has a red cross on it. So this immediately makes me feel like healing, right? But the Judgment card also talks about needing to have forgiveness. Maybe she needs to forgive herself. She needs to forgive her past, her experiences. She needs to be able to heal from these things in order, and then that could potentially be a block for your connection. I do know that whatever caused her trauma, I know. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed something. She definitely is reserved in some cases. I can be too. I do know that whatever caused her trauma, I don't know, but I'm going to ask so she feels comfortable. Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely feel like respecting her boundaries is really important. Let's see. I feel like there's another message with this Judgment card. I'm just trying to understand it. Where's the Judgment card here? Where's the Judgment card here? So I think the bottom line with this energy, as far as what's hidden, is I think that she needs to feel safe enough to trust you. And I think that she can get there. But I think that that's just what she's feeling conflicted with right now, because whatever has happened or whatever she's going through or has gone through, it's potentially because she let her guard down. And she ended up suffering through something traumatic for her. And I think that right now she just has her guard up. But I don't know. I just have this positive feeling that she will potentially get there with you. And I feel like through your consistency, through your encouragement, through your support, through your understanding, she will get to that point where she lets you in. And I think it's just a matter of her feeling like she can trust you. And I think that's it. So maybe at this point she's close, but maybe she's not quite there. I think that at times she approaches me like I'm her safe space, and I think that scares her. Oh, 100%. 100%. You go back to the beginning of this reading here with the King of Cups. 1000%. You are her safe space. You are her comfort. You're where she feels safe. Like, that's how she views you, as the King of Cups. So if you're familiar with King of Cups, I know you'll understand. But if not, look up the definition to King of Cups, because I think you're definitely going to resonate with this card as far as like how she perceives you. Now, for the last card in the spread, will the relationship be successful? We do have the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man is a maybe for me. I think that it could go either way at this point in time. However, the Hanged Man is a positive card, because all it means is that she just has to adjust her perspective. She just has to open up. She just has to be willing. Now, the Hanged Man does indicate a pause. So this means that there won't be any forward movement until she makes a sacrifice. And that sacrifice to her would be being able to be vulnerable again, be able to let her guard down. So I think that you're doing a good job. I think that you're giving her the space and respect, but also letting her know that you're here for her. And I think that that's just what she needs to witness consistently. And I think she will eventually get there. Someone asked me long ago, when dealing with her, am I strong enough? She really has been through some shit, and this can take time, but I help her heal. It scares her. Am I patient? IJ, did you have any follow-up questions for me? I think overall this is a really nice reading. I think that you should have hope for the connection. I think that you should feel good and take solace in the fact that she views you as someone so comforting and safe and generous and nurturing and someone who cares about her. She sees the good in you. Now, again, I don't know like how long this has been going on. This has been going on for months, years, however long. But I would say so long as you're still in it, keep up the good fight, because I think that you will be able to see her vulnerability. I think you will reach that point. Again, she just needs to be able to trust you, and I think how you get there is through consistently showing her reassurance. I think that's the bottom line. You're welcome, IJ. Oh, it's been enlightening. Glad to hear it. That makes me happy. It was nice reading for you. Hopefully we see you back again soon. Thank you again for the donation and the sub. You're welcome. All right, have a good night. If anyone else is in here hanging out, I will see you guys next time.